civil dialogue that we have this morning is going to focus on democracy, human rights, and governance in Africa, which is an initiative of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, which is headed by his Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charambira, with the support of the African governance architecture. The dialogue focuses mainly on unconstitutional changes in Africa, and to this effect, some eminent persons have been invited to discuss and exchange views on the topic. The current phase, really, of the work is a solemn opening. We'll focus on the speech of the President of the Pan-African Parliament. And while mentioning the speakers, I would like to invite those who are in the room to come up to the presidium, to the podium, and also thereafter to take the floor in accordance with the agenda that has been distributed. So we are going to start with the first speaker, Honorable Sheriff El Gabali, Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution at the Pan-African Parliament. Thereafter, we are going to listen to Mr. Leborang Maboto, Deputy President of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC. We are also going to have some remote presentations, which shall be given by the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, His Excellency Ambassador Bankole. And then we are also going to have a second remote presentation by Honorable Madam Soraya Rodriguez, the Chairperson of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with the Pan-African Parliament. And then we'll have the opening speech. Honorable members, without further ado, I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Sharif El Gabali, Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution of the Pan-African Parliament, to come and give his opening address. Honorable member, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Person of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with PAP, Ambassador Bankole Adoy, Commissioner Political Affairs, Peace and Security, PAP's AU, Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, Chairperson of the AGA Platform at the technical level, Acting Executive Secretary of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Mrs. Denise Kode, Presiding Officer, Economic. C'est bon? Okay, merci. Mrs. Denise Kode, Presiding Officer, Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. Honorable members, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My role here today is one that is simple and ceremonial. The deliberations we will hold today fall under the mandate of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution. However, it does not limit the deliberations to the committee only, as the issues to be discussed impact each and every one of us. It is therefore my distinct honor to invite you all to this high-level parliamentary dialogue on democracy, human rights, and governance in African-themed unconstitutional changes in government and political transitions in Africa. Honorable members, only yesterday we received the report of the African Union Peace and Security Council, wherein Her Excellency Ambassador Emilia Kosa, the chairperson of the African Union Peace and Security Council, bemoaned of the growing number of unconstitutional changes in government in Africa. This House also heard from the Committee of Cooperation the various African Union charters and protocols that are in existence to support the promotion of democracy, free and fair elections, governments and AU shared values. Despite this, we have member states that continue to violate these very protocols. As we proceed into the deliberations, I appeal with you to engage actively. Once again, I welcome you. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Mr. Leuhang Mabuto, the Deputy President of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, to come and give his address.
Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Mrs. Soraya Rodriguez, Chairperson of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with the Pan-African Parliament, Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, PAPS and AU, Honorable Dr. Sharif El Gabali, Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, Conflict Resolution, PAP, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests here present in your various capacities, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say all protocol observed. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be standing before you to deliver this meeting's opening remarks on behalf of the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, the AU-ECOSOC. This high-level parliamentary dialogue comes at a pivotal moment in our continent's desired trajectory of being a global powerhouse of the future, one that is characterized by self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, as espoused by the African Union's Agenda 2063. Providing an enabling environment for the promotion of human rights, adherence to the rule of law, the upholding of good governance, the application of democratic principles remains one of the fundamental functions of the African Union's Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, the AU-ECOSOC. In this regard, therefore, the AU-ECOSOC shares the Pan-African Parliament's deep and justified concerns over the observable resurgence in occurrences of unconstitutional changes of government in our continent. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government on our beautiful continent that threatens regression and poses a disruptive challenge to the strides made in various quarters of Africa's champions of Agenda 2063. Not only are unconstitutional changes of government a spit in the face of efforts of the African Union in promoting peace, security, stability, human rights, and democracy in Africa. They are further an abominable violator of Agenda 2063's overarching vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Unconstitutional changes of government open up old wounds on our continent and heighten uncertainty in our region, mercilessly robbing the sons and daughters of this soil of experiencing increased peace, reduction in the number of conflicts on our continent, renewed economic growth and social progress, people-centered development, and the increased unity of Africa in our lifetime. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing that our continent continues to grapple with challenges that call on us to continuously build and safeguard effective collaborations and strategic partnership for progressive engagements, the AU ECOSOC remains inexorably committed to providing opportunities for African civil society organizations to play an active role in contributing to the AU's principles, policies, and programs to promote unity and call for adherence to constitutional processes across all member states. This is in keeping with Article 2.5 of the AU ECOSOC statutes, calling for forging of strong partnerships between governments and all segments of the civil society and the diaspora. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to echo the sentiments from the remarks made by our presiding officer, Mr. Dennis Kode, at the Reparations and Racial Healing Summit held in Accra, Ghana, earlier this year in July 2022, the AU ECOSOC wishes to reaffirm its commitment to continuously strive to bring clarity and meaning to the vision of the African Union, particularly to instruments such as Agenda 2063, flagship programs such as the silencing of the guns, and policy provisions that lend support to member states across our continent. ECOSOC will continuously support member states, civil society, and the diaspora for open dialogues that will influence policies and programs of the African Union. Permit me to conclude by thanking the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, and the strategic partners of the AU who continue to support the AU in its endeavor to achieve the Africa we all want. I thank you and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
J'appelle à présent
I would now like to call upon Honorable Madam Soraya Rodriguez, the chairperson of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with the Pan-African Parliament. Mrs. Rodriguez will participate remotely, and I would now like to invite her to take the floor.
Buenos días. Gracias. Gracias por esta invitación.
merci pour cette invitation. Microphone, por favor. Merci de m'avoir invité. Oui, on vous suit.
¿Sí? ¿Ahora se escucha? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable.
Good morning. And thank you for this invitation. As the chair of the delegation from the European Parliament in charge of relations with the Pan-African Parliament, it is of great pleasure for me to see how the Pan-African Parliament is reassuming can you hear me now? This is interpreting speaking from English channel. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Nous vous entendons bien, allez-y.
Hear you very well. Please proceed.
So let me restart. I was saying thank you so much for this invitation. And as the chair of the delegation from the European Parliament in charge of relations with the Pan-African Parliament, it is a pleasure for me to see how the Pan-African Parliament is reassuming its activity and taking back its role in the African political architecture and the global architecture. So I would like to congratulate all of you for the first extraordinary session of this Pan-African Parliament. I am proud of being able to represent the European Union and the European Parliament in this dialogue of high level on democracy, human rights, and good governance in Africa. Recently, when speaking about the current challenges in Africa, the Secretary General for United Nations, Antonio Guterres, affirmed at the beginning of October that the use of force is considered too often as the only means to solve conflicts in Africa. And one of the challenges that has been posed in the recent years, and you know this very well, has been coups in the continental territory. This same year, unfortunately, we have seen two different coups, one in Burkina Faso, one failed one in Guinea-Bissau. And along with this unconstitutional government changes in the continent, we have also seen how the continent has to face extremist violent groups like Al-Qaeda and others that continue to conduct terrorist acts in the Sahel area. And according to the last report on good governance from the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, even though African governance has improved since 2010, this progress has been slowed down in recent years. And I would like to point out that this situation of vulnerability of the different political systems is unfortunately a global situation in the entire planet. This is a very concerning trend. And I'd like to also point out that in the last Human Rights and Good Governance report, in which I was a speaker on behalf of the European Parliament, we were pointing out how in recent years this trend that sees an increasing trend of dictatorships and authoritarian regimes in the world is there. And unfortunately, we see that a higher number of these regimes in the world. And that's the reason why I would like to launch a message to say that it is necessary that in order for us to fight this trend and defend democracies, we have to work together. And I believe that European Union and the African Union must do this in a united manner, in a joint manner, and above all, with all of the African countries that have been able to create a democratic institution from scratch after colonization in a record time. And I would also like to point out that Africa is more democratic than many other regions in relations to its development level. We should not forget that democracy tends to come along with development, economic development, social development. Africa is and continues to achieve both objectives. And that is the reason why we are completely aware that democratic leadership, quality leadership, will be necessary, and above all, quality democratic institutions. Rule of state, the quality of democratic institutions is the best guarantee for human rights and for the enjoyment of these rights by citizens. Unconstitutional government changes that have taken place in the African continent have also mobilized, on the other hand, the African Union to confront them. The African Union has shown a response that has also strengthened its good governance tools at a continental level. And I'd like to highlight the Accra Declaration against unconstitutional changes of government that was adopted in the month of March as a clear commitment on behalf of the African Union and its member states to finish these unconstitutional changes and to strengthen the continental democracy as it has been pointed out on the document. The legal tools, both at a national, regional, and continental level, must be strengthened, just like the peace architecture or good governance architecture or the peer review mechanism at an African level. And this is going to improve the mechanisms for good governance and consolidate the democracies and the prevention of conflicts. Additionally, besides the commitment that the continent has towards constitutional changes, the African Union has also strengthened and has contributed, has helped as a mediator with different regional organizations. And it is highlightable, for example, the peace conversations to solve the Ethiopian conflict that were led by the African Union, and that started only last week. So the Pan-African Parliament is an institution that is a fundamental entity in this parkour, in this whole trajectory. And the reason is because the African Union, both the African Union and the European Union, have maintained a strong cooperation in terms of security, peace, democracy, and rule of state. And this cooperation is based on a principle of African solutions to African problems. This is a joint commitment between the AU and the EU that was renewed in the joint declaration after the EU-AU summit that was held last month of February. So our cooperation, this joint effort, is also focused on supporting in a very firm way the women's agenda, the peace and security agenda, the fight against armed conflicts and the violation of human rights, especially with children. And this is all due to the fact that we're both convinced that both the youth and women need to take a central role in society as positive change agents. On the other hand, we also can foresee a very important path that we have to cover together for both the Pan-African Parliament and the European Parliament in next month. So I'd like to highlight that in the European Parliament, we are planning to have a debate on the human rights mechanism for the African Union at the Human Rights Commission for the next month of December. And this will rely also on the participation of our delegation. I'd like to highlight the support and the active participation of the European Parliament in observation missions in different elections processes, the last one in Kenya in August, as well as other activities that we have conducted throughout the entire electoral cycle, because we are completely aware that participative elections, free elections, are at the core of democratic societies. And I'd like to also highlight the participation of the European ACP in Mauritania, also denouncing unconstitutional changes on the continent and supporting political stability, including a 2021 resolution on the role that parliaments can play when strengthening the national security. And this is to say that the cooperation between the Pan-African Parliament and the European Parliament is key in this area. We have and we must continue working together. We need to be able to hold governments accountable and activate all of the good governance and human rights mechanisms to enforce constitutional changes in governance. We have to continue working to strengthen democratic governance and hold accountable those that have conducted unconstitutional changes and will not be let go without the weight of the law. We have to continue working with the National Commissions on Human Rights and the independent mechanisms for free elections. We have to continue defending the courage to have independent media and to highlight the key role of civil society organizations in our societies. We also need to work on preventive democracy to persuade leaders from conducting unconstitutional actions to enhance their power. I have no doubt that the key role of both parliaments and parliament members is key for this effort. And last, I'd like to say that we will have the opportunity to continue discussing this topic in the next parliamentary session of our both parliaments that will take place on the 8th and the 9th of December here in Brussels. We are preparing this joint meeting with lots of enthusiasm, and we are excited to have you so that we can dedicate these 2 days to discuss peace, security, nutrition, and food security, and the role of women and youth as positive change agents. I look forward with lots of interest to hear the conclusions of today's debate. And again, I'd like to reiterate my enthusiasm for the next visit of the Pan-African Parliament in Brussels in the 8th and 9th of December. Our joint agenda is large, and I believe that next year, 2023, will also be intense. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much for this invitation.
Merci pour cette intervention.
Thank you very much for your address. I'd now like to invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament to make his keynote address, as he loves to do. May I invite him to once again take the rostrum. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Bon dia. Habari. You can also say bon dia, yes. Salam alaikum. Et bonjour. Comment ça va? Thank you. May I recognize as part of these deliberations Mrs. Soraya Rodriguez, Chairperson of the European Parliament's Delegation for Relations with Pan-African Parliament. Of course, I recognize our own members of Parliament
of course, led by the Bureau, and we have the two vice presidents in this room, Honorable Lucia Passos and Honorable Ango, Mr. Dennis Kode, Presiding Officer, Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, Ambassador Bankole, Commissioner, Political Affairs, Peace and Security, African Union, Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs and Peace and Security for ECOWAS Commission, the Chair of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution at PAP, Dr. Sharif, Dr. Engineer Sharif Kabari, ambassadors and representatives of AU member states in South Africa, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere in my speech, I would say this is the first of its kind. This dialogue today is the first of its kind. And I will appeal to experts. We have a number of experts that are going to contribute. We never hold meetings where we invite several experts. And before I proceed, I want them to introduce themselves so you see how serious this morning's gathering is, or the business of today. I'll start from here. You introduce yourself.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. My name is Tapiwa Uchizi Nyasulu Rwayemamo. I'm the head of Women, Gender and Youth Directorate of the African Union Commission within the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate.
Thank you. We can actually clap for your presence.
Good morning, Excellencies. My name is Hawe Gazimene. I'm here today on behalf of the SADC Youth Forum, and I'm the head of the Governance, Peace and Security Cluster. Thank you.
Security Cluster.
Mr. President.
Sorry?
We want to see them when it's standing up.
No, wait. They are coming up. You see them on the screen. It's better because even if she stands up, she will still be like this to you. So, but when she's now facing the screen, we are seeing them over there. We are seeing someone in Europe over there. So the screen is serving a good purpose for you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Excellencies. My name is Charles
Please don't show me, show him, not me. The one who is on the floor. The screen. Who is controlling the screen? Go, proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Excellencies. My name is Charles Manga Fombat. I'm the director of the Institute for International and Comparative Law, Faculty of Law, University of
But can you come back again? You need to be more lively.
I will do so.
Yes, can you come back again? Yeah, a bit of motivation.
So you want me to start?
Yes,
again?
anyway, I think stand up, we did nicely because we can't even hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me start again. I said, good morning, Excellencies. My name is Charles Manga Fombat, and I am the director of the Institute for International and Comparative Law, which is based in the Faculty of Law, University of Pretoria. And thank you for inviting me to be here.
Thank you. We'll clap for you.
Good morning, Excellencies. Thank you for inviting youth voices to this forum here. My name is Ethan Mudavanu. I am the United Nations Internet Governance Forum Ambassador, and then also I'm a tech and policy advisor at Access Partnership. Glad to be here.
A very good morning, Excellencies. My name is Graham Matenga. I am with International IDEA. I'm the thematic lead on political participation and representation.
Sorry, come again. We can't hear you properly.
Okay. My name is Graham Matenga. I'm with International IDEA. I am the thematic lead on political participation and representation for the Africa and West Asia region. Thank you, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. We clap for you. Thank you for your presence. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we had more this side.
Good morning, Excellencies. My name is Andre Mbatamangu. I am an extraordinary professor at the University of South Africa, an ordinary professor at the University of Kinshasa in the DRC, the executive director of the Institute for Democracy, Governance and Peace in Africa. It also happens that I am the first deputy speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you.
I was just wondering where I had seen you. Now I remember you came for the Speakers Conference. You were in this chamber on the 1st, 2nd September. Thank you very much. And I remember we became very good friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Good morning to all of the honorable members. My name is Adebayo Olukoshi. I describe myself as a motor park economist. Thank you.
A motorbike economist. Oh, thank you very much. Anyway, welcome. I think from the introductions, you can see how serious the business of today is. And these experts and our own members of parliament, I think the outputs of this engagement today will help Africa. And I want to challenge everybody, MPs and the consultants or experts, that this is not the first such meeting on the continent. I think we've attended several gatherings of this nature. And then the question always is, so what? So what? People always meet like this. And they talk of unconstitutional government, they talk of democracy. So what? Anything changing? That's the point. That's why we are here today. To make a difference. Let's think deeper. And we are always proud that the solutions should come from this chamber for this continent. Because people are gathering every day. And you are all aware that this year, you all recall that the Union of Africa, the AU, and some of our organs met and they deliberated on the rising phenomenon of unconstitutional changes of government and irregular political transitions. Unconstitutional changes of government and irregular political transitions. I think the situation is becoming more complicated. And there was a declaration this year at the African Union, as you are aware, the African Union held the 16th extraordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union on terrorism and unconstitutional changes of government in Africa, held on the 28th of May, 2022 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. So as we deliberate, be reminded that the African Union Assembly held a session, an extraordinary session, which means this issue has become an urgent matter. the AU, our heads of state, they went to Malabo this year, 28 May, in Malabo, on the topic terrorism and unconstitutional changes of government in Africa. If Ambassador Bankole is going to present, I'm not sure if he's coming in at some point. He's unable. He was going to say more about what transpired in Malabo in May. They sat, they met, and I think after they met, there was another coup. After Malabo May, I think the Burkina Faso one came after May, I can't remember. It means we need to do more. And the Pan-African Parliament now has an opportunity this morning to reflect upon the outcomes of the extraordinary summit in Malabo. And it also offers a chance for us to strategize based on our mandate as PAP on how we can help prevent, mitigate, and address the increasing incidence of unconstitutional changes of government. Under Rule 41 of the PAP rules, which enjoins us to participate in creating awareness among the people of Africa and promote peace, security, and stability on the African continent. PAP is the voice of the African citizens within the Union, the African Union, in the quest for peace and political stability. So our dialogue today should therefore be practical, very, very practical. I know always you can use language and certain niceties, words that have been used by others, fine. But use them and go beyond. Go to the next level and say, this is the language, that's language, especially from the experts, nice language which exists in documents, in research papers, fine. We have read that. What we want now is say, what is the next step, the real practical steps, so that we become action-oriented and support the efforts of the AU and member states, so that we move on this critical issue. And in doing so, we are taking further the issue of silencing the guns, the theme for the year 2020. We want now to actualize some of those statements which were made. And we just not just gather to repeat what has been said in other workshops. As Albert used and rightly stated, insanity is doing the same things over and over again and expecting different results. So we can't sit here today and do the same things and what others said and expect that things will change. We have to go slightly higher, and that we acknowledge, and I want to thank AGA, the African Government Architecture Platform, for offering a number of dialogues on this continent on this issue of unconstitutional changes of government. And we have ECOSOC here, and they've already presented a civil society. Now, can we work together, civil society and elected representatives, to address some of these issues? And for ECOSOC or civil society, I want to say, when these coups take place, there are some contradictions sometimes. People sometimes say it's a good coup. If you remember, and the best case is Mauritania, 2007, 8, thereabouts, there was a coup in Mauritania, and the late former president of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi, who was chair of the AU, was sent to Mauritania to tell the military that had taken power that the AU no longer entertains unconstitutional changes of government. So go and tell the soldiers that they should go back to their barracks, because we as AU will not support that illegal establishment. So Gaddafi, when he was landing in Nouakchott, that is Mauritania, he was greeted by thousands of Mauritanians at the airport. And they said, telling him, celebrating that these soldiers have done well. You know that story. The people are celebrating that the coup was good. We thank the soldiers for removing the government. Then you ask, and that's why I'm provoking debate. So sometimes people like these coups, the people themselves. So let's get into the dynamics. What is the psychodynamic in the mind of the people when they see someone taking power unconstitutionally and they celebrate? What is the issue? People can celebrate. Sometimes we as leaders or MPs are not acting in sync with the people. We may be elected, but not acting in sync with the people also. There are such cases. When we are in power, we don't promote the aspirations of the electorate who put us in office. In the case of Burkina Faso, not now. Some, I think around 2007, 2006, I can't remember. You are aware that Burkina Faso wanted to change the constitution because the president then had served 2 years. And the president wanted another 3rd year. And he managed to work, and I use the word manipulate the parliament or MPs to support, to change, to amend the constitution to allow for another term or 2 terms. And whatever happened, the MPs voted in parliament. In terms of the constitution, parliament can vote to amend the constitution. So they voted and amended it. And the moment they did that, you are all aware, people went on the streets. The very people who elected the MPs went on the streets, demonstrated and banned the parliament building. But they are saying, you MPs, who told you that we want to take this amendment? Who told you? See, which means, although elected, sometimes we also do not act in promoting the spirit or aspirations of our own people. This is the essence of this discussion this morning. That sometimes these changes also come because we have failed. But fortunately, we have also seen demonstrations now against the military, which is very encouraging. And I did mention yesterday that in Sudan, there have been demonstrations. People are saying, you people, you have overstayed. The military takes power, and then they enjoy that power also. And they are reluctant to call for elections, to transfer power back to the civilians. And these what are called political transitions, a disaster. And what should PAP do to help? People are demonstrating in the streets in Sudan that the military has overstayed. They took power because Bashir, former president, was acting, was corrupt, was this, fine. You remove him. 5 years later, you are still sitting in the offices as leaders, yet you are not elected. I think this should be the talk this morning, frank talk. May I finish by the issue of elections, which I think will feature a lot in this dialogue. That elections are a vehicle to peace and stability. Fortunately, Kenya, after all the possible, the likelihood of getting off the rails, we thank Kenya, no violence. No violence, and we want to thank Kenya for that. After such elections disputed, but we are back. But the issue of elections is a problem. If you look at this whole issue, and I think PAP and this forum, the issue of who conducts elections also, I think should be one of the major issues as PAP. We have to have, I believe, a session, special session on this issue of electoral, what do you call it? independent electoral commission or whatever they are called. I think we need to have some debate on them also. And they say we need to focus on that. Chair of cooperation and conflict resolution. I think we need some time, whether next time, but we need to, these independent election commissions, I think they're also sometimes a problem. Look at the way they behaved in Kenya. Thank you very much. I end here.
Merci, très honorable président.
Thank you, Honorable President, honorable members. Let's keep the applause at the end of our proceedings for all the speakers. So we applaud them. On that note, allow me to invite the protocol services to make arrangements so that the President, because of his agenda that is quite top-heavy, he will be absent for about an hour before rejoining the meeting. And let me call on the chairperson of the Cooperation Committee to chair the meeting, to chair the next session, where we're going to consider the usefulness of the effectiveness of the legal frameworks, political and regional, which will help us manage the unconstitutional changes of government and political transitions in Africa. So it's the Standing Committee on International Cooperation that is going to lead us. Protocol, please make the requisite arrangements, because the President is supposed to go to his office for other urgent matters before he rejoins us.
J'appelle le protocole du président à se rapprocher.
The protocol officers, please, could you come forward? Where are they?
Ceci étant, je passe la parole au président.
Let me give the floor then to the chairperson, and I'll be escorting the president before I come back to the meeting again.
Well, we resume our first session now. I'd just like at the beginning of before we enter with our panelists today, to say that just a few words. The Africa we want is premised on a peaceful and secure continent. This is clearly articulated on the Agenda 2063 with its 7 clear aspirations. To further ensure attainment of this goal, AU member states have committed to make peace, democracy, and good governance a reality for citizens of the African continent. AU treaties and protocols have further provided clear and systematic framework through which member states can enforce the issues of governance, democracy, peace, and security challenges that the continent faces. In the more recent past, the continent has begun to witness the re-emergence of forceful takeover of governments through military coup d'etats. Scholars have further demonstrated that whilst we are quick to admonish military coup d'etat and the actors involved, there are other forms of unconstitutional changes in government as defined in the operational framework. The African Charter on Democracy, Election, Governance adds onto the definition of UCGs as any amendment or revision of the Constitution or legal instruments, contrary to the principle of democratic change of government. With me are 4 panelists who will be interrogating the relevance and effectiveness of regional, legal, political, institutional framework relating to the unconstitutional changes in government and political transitions, and addressing various sub-themes relating to the topic of the session. Our guest today is Professor Andre Mabata Mangu, the research professor of law, director of the Verloren Van Themat Center of Public Law in the College of Law, University of South Africa. Contribution of the ABSA Secretariat by Ambassador Ahmad Salah Siddiq, head of ABSA Secretariat. Contribution from ECO, SOCC, Mrs. Denise Code, Presiding Officer, Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. Sub-regional responses to UCG and political transition case study of ECOWAS by Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, ECOWAS Commission. Challenges implementing AU legal and policy norms, frameworks on unconstitutional changes in government, UCG, African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ASDEC, and Lomé Declaration by Professor Andre Mabata Mangu, Research Professor at Laws Director in the University of South Africa. So by having all those very important guests in our today's first session, I welcome them to our session, and I would like to start giving the presentation to Professor Andre Mabata Mangu.
Sorry, should I do it from here?
Well, the clerk can say that.
Or to the podium?
Well, how long do you need? 30?
I need 30 minutes.
30. Can you read the 20?
Thank you.
Can you read the 20? Thank you.
Chair, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me first correct my presentation. I used to be a research professor, but I'm now an extraordinary professor in the College of Law at the University of South Africa, ordinary professor at the University of Kinshasa, Faculty of Law, executive director of the Institute for Democracy, and as I said, the first deputy speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I wish to thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this very interesting high-level dialogue on democracy, human rights, and good governance on the African continent. For more than 3 decades, we have heard quite a lot on these issues: democracy, human rights, good governance. Many dialogues have taken place, many discussions, many books and papers have been written on this topic. With some colleagues, for instance, in the field of law, constitutional law and political science, some of us thinking that democracy, human rights, and good governance didn't belong to the African continent, some of us being pessimistic, but also some being a positive optimist and arguing that democracy, human rights, and good governance also belong to Africa, and they are feasible on the African continent. I have been asked to reflect on, to interrogate the relevance and the effectiveness of regional legal, political, and institutional frameworks, and asked to particularly focus on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and the Governance. First, dealing with the AU normative framework on democracy, human rights, and good governance, a distinction is generally made between those norms which are binding, compulsory, and those other norms which are not. We find the normative, the binding and non-binding norms on democracy, election, and governance in quite a number of instruments which have been adopted by African members, by AU member states. Let me cite some of them. We have got the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which was adopted in 1981 and which has been in force since 1986. The African Charter is a charter binding on AU member states. Another important instrument which contains AU normative framework on democracy, elections, democracy, human rights, and good governance is the Lome Declaration. The Lome Declaration on an AU response to unconstitutional change of government. So this is specifically related to unconstitutional change of government in Africa. The Lome Declaration, for the first time, expressed the concern of AU member states of unconstitutional change of government on the continent. And unfortunately, the Lomé Declaration is not binding. The first binding instruments when it comes to the unconstitutional change of government on the continent is the AU Constitutive Act. Article 4 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union clearly prohibits and condemns unconstitutional change of government on the African continent. I should also mention, and that is the instrument I'm going to focus on, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. We find there quite a number of provisions which prohibit and condemn unconstitutional change of government. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance also describe or define the situations which are considered unconstitutional change of government on the African continent. The first one is coup d'etat against an elected government. 2, the intervention by the mercenaries. 3, the replacement of an elected government by dissident armed groups or rebels. We have got also 4, the refusal of a government to relinquish power after free, fair, and democratic elections. And the last one, the last situation is that one of constitutional manipulation. When, for instance, those who are in power manipulate the constitution to remain and not refuse to relinquish power. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance is, apart from defining those situations of unconstitutional change of government, it also provides for sanctions in case of unconstitutional change of government. And the main instrument, the main mechanism, the main organ to intervene in the case of sanctions for unconstitutional change of government is the Peace and Security Council. And as we heard from the chairperson and also from some other speakers, we have witnessed just in the past 2 years several cases of unconstitutional change of government. Several. The question, going back to the relevance and the effectiveness, the AU framework against unconstitutional change of government, is it relevant? My answer will be yes. It is relevant. But is it effective? I think all of us know the answer. It is not effective. Because if it was effective, we could not have witnessed those cases of unconstitutional change of government which we have seen over the past years. Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, and we have not come as yet to the end of the story. We don't know which country is next. I hope that country is not represented here. So it is not effective. It means somewhere and somehow we as a continent, we have failed. We have failed. We have failed to deter the perpetrators of unconstitutional change of government on the African continent. And somehow it has come as a fait accompli. We have to deal with them. The very same perpetrators of unconstitutional change of government we condemn. We have to deal with them. we have to sit with them in our gatherings. It means the framework is not working, it is not effective. What are the obstacles? What are the challenges? There are many. For me, it appears clearly that there are internal or domestic obstacles or challenges. There are also external challenges. Internally, the first obstacle is the lack of political will. There is no political will in many countries to fight and consider a change of government. And when a change of government has occurred in a particular African country, and the chairperson, the president has said it earlier, sometimes the perpetrators of the coups are considered heroes. They are just heroes because they perpetrated the coup. Another problem is that related to the political culture of the citizens. Why? How is it possible that our citizens, our compatriots, come to consider heroes the perpetrators of coup d'etat, for instance? So there is a problem of political culture. There is a problem with those who are in power. Those very same leaders who came to power through undemocratic means, they are likely to condone those cases of unconstitutional change of government in other countries. So the citizens, we are responsible. The leadership, mostly the leadership, the way they react, and externally, there are also many obstacles to democratic change on the government. My colleagues have finished. I've seen my colleague Charles Fombat will come here to speak about the global forces behind global threats to entrenchment of constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. So there are also forces internally and externally which work against democracy and which promote a constitutional change of government. Global forces. We have seen in many cases the international community not intervening forcefully to condemn the perpetrators of unconstitutional change of government. We have also seen some foreign powers, foreign to the African continent, behind the coup d'etat. And there I'm only speaking of global forces. But on the continent, there are also external forces. You will find on the same continent, in a country, forces in another country against democracy and the rule of law. That is, in my case, I may show that is the case, for instance, of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, where I come from. This is the single country in Central Africa we have seen that peaceful transfer of power from one ruler to another, from Mr. Kabila to President Tshisekedi, the very first time in Central Africa. But what's happening now? Democracy, you know, the Democrats, they don't wage war against one another. But undemocratic leaders will wage war against democratic leaders. What is going on in the DRC? In the DRC, what we have seen is the case of African forces also against democracy in this country. The country is being aggressed. We have to go to election next year, but there are forces which prevent the DRC to go to peaceful and democratic elections. And I think everybody knows, since June, the DRC is again being aggressed by Rwanda through the mercenaries and the terrorists of the movement called M23. So how are we going to promote democracy in this kind of environment? So domestic negative forces, they are not just global. They are not just from the West. Negative forces are also on the continent, based in foreign countries, neighbor countries, combating democratic forces in another country. And that is one of the challenges in the DRC. Because this is really important to be noted. Because the country has to go to elections to promote democratic change, democratic governance. But with the situation going on in the DRC, if the DRC continue to be attacked by Rwanda, for instance, it will be difficult for the DRC to organize peaceful elections. And that is not will be. The main cause, the responsibility will not be on the Congolese people, on the Congolese leaders, but it will come from other Africans, and in this case from Rwanda. And what has been the reaction of the African Union when the DRC is being aggressed? How has the African Union, we said we are going to promote democratic change of power in the continent. But this is what is happening in the country, the biggest country on the continent. The OAU, silence. The United Nations, with MONUSCO, the largest force, people are there, well paid, but witnessing the massacres in the DRC. Silence, complicity. So this is really disappointing. It means that we are failing in that case. And there I'm touching on the issue of effectiveness. So coming back to the broad issue of unconstitutional change of government, I said dialogues, debates, we have been debating for quite a long. But are we serious about combating unconstitutional change of government? Maybe I'm going to end there. The Malabo Protocol on amendments to the protocol to the Statute of the African Court of Justice, adopted in 2014, Article 28A of the Malabo Protocol. These provisions, this section provides that unconstitutional change of government should be combated in the same way as a genocide or crimes and crimes against humanity. Malabo Protocol, adopted when? 2014. And until today, 8 years later, not a single ratification. Our African leaders provided that the perpetrators of unconstitutional change of government should be tried by a competent court of the African Union. 8 years later, zero ratification. It means zero ratification 8 years later. It means that we are not serious. It means we will continue discussing, but this is where also the members of the Pan-African Parliament should play a role. To convince the governments, to push the governments to ratify this very important protocol when it comes to the issue of unconstitutional change of government. So let me end. If I have to contribute to the recommendation, definitely they should. This session should end with recommendation to promote peaceful and democratic transfer of power on the African continent. We must work for security and stability on the continent. We must work. Secondly, we cannot, looking at the place of the DRC on the African continent, the DRC being aggressed by another country, another African member state of the African Union. This meeting, this dialogue, if we have to promote democracy, if we have to fight against the unconstitutional change of government, this gathering should end with a recommendation that Rwanda should stop aggressing the DRC. We should end with a recommendation to push our leaders throughout the continent to work for peace, for security, for democracy, and for human rights. So let me stop there by thanking you, Chair, and thanking the audience for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Andre Mangu, for this very important remarks you have given to us today. I think they're very important. You discussed about the internal and external factors that affect democracy. You gave examples. You talk about leadership is very important. You raised a lot of issues. Actually, we would have liked to have open discussion, but we have a long list. So I think there are some changes in the list. So, okay, now we have online Ambassador Bankole Adoy, the Commissioner of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, perhaps AU, African Union. Can you please come online, please? Then after that, we have Professor Adebayo Olukushi. Then we have Mr. Bright Safa. And then we have Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa. Thank you. Is he online or something? It's connecting? Okay. I would appreciate of the speakers till we get online to be in the range of 15 minutes because we have several sessions and they want to finish before lunchtime today. So I would appreciate if our speakers can speak in the range of 15 minutes maximum. Thank you. If he's going to be late, problem with connection, we can take the following. I don't know what. Huh? I can go the next one? Yes, please. Okay. So that we don't lose time. We have now Professor Adebayo Olukushi, former Executive Secretary, IDEP, researcher, Codesria. Professor, can you please take the floor? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Just
indeed.
maintain the 15 minutes, please.
I will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm really delighted to be here. It's been a few years since I had the opportunity to participate in your proceedings, and I welcome the particular topic that we've been asked to speak to. My colleague Andre Mbata has given a very good overview of the context of unconstitutional changes which we have seen in several countries, particularly with the focus that has been placed on the coups in Mali, in Guinea, Burkina, perhaps a bit less so for Chad and Sudan, and the attempted coups that we've seen in Niger and Guinea-Bissau. And I would underscore that these are only the ones that have succeeded or have been known to have been attempted and came into the public domain. But it's important, and I think the President of the Parliament broached upon this, as did Andre Mbata. It's important for us to also keep in mind that even in those countries where we have not seen the intervention of the military, and therefore direct unconstitutional changes in government, there are murmurings and simmerings in which, in fact, people are openly calling for the military to intervene in their countries. And I think this should be an important source of concern for all of us, a warning that almost 30 years after the transition of the 1990s, something seems to have gone seriously wrong with our effort at democratization, something which requires to be corrected if we are not to see even more such unconstitutional changes of government as we have seen in the countries which I referred to earlier. And in this regard, I think by way of response, what we have seen has been an attempt by the African Union and ECOWAS particularly to stick to the texts that concern the unconstitutional changes of government by sanctioning the authorities in a very swift and sometimes comprehensive manner, even if there are criticisms of inconsistency in the application of sanctions. Inconsistency, particularly, for example, in the case of the coup that took place in Chad following the death of Marshal Déby. No suspension, no sanctions, but Mali, a coup takes place, sanctions, suspension, and all of those. And you've, of course, heard repeatedly from the Malian authorities that there appear to be two different rules for the same action, calling into question consistency. But leaving that debate aside, I think the fact that we have seen the comprehensive and swift application of sanctions may at one level speak to a desire and a determination to enforce the texts that were adopted in the form of ACDEC at the level of the AU and similar protocols at the sub-regional level to suggest an uncompromising attitude by our regional institutions to any unconstitutional change of government. I'm not going to spell out all of the sanctions which have been taken because I think they are familiar to all of us. What I'd like to say, though, is that the sanctions, first of all, the instruments themselves, in the way in which they were crafted when they were developed, assumed that democracy had come to stay in Africa. I remember that it was in the context of the momentum of the 1990s in which Africa joined the global third wave of democratization. Almost every country abandoned single-party rule and military rule and embraced multi-party politics and elections as a way of getting leaders into office and removing them from office. And indeed, in the first decade of the transition, this seemed to work very well. to a point where many of the countries of the continent appeared to be well on the way to the consolidation of their democracies. Even some of them in West Africa, which used to be the coup d'etat belt of the African continent, was celebrated as the new success stories of the African continent. Benin Republic, alternation of power took place several times. Ghana, again, a poster child of successful democratic transition. And all of this in the first decade fed into the momentum that produced the movement towards the instruments that were adopted on non-constitutional change of government, on the assumption that democracy was not only good for Africa, but had also come to stay as the preferred way of administering our countries. And so I see in the instruments basically a response to the end result of processes that lead to an unconstitutional change, but not sufficient in terms of responding to those processes themselves when they begin to unfold. In other words, integral to the instruments is a whip that is used to sanction change when it has happened of an unconstitutional nature, but not to address the processes that produce such unconstitutional changes. So that, for example, when a president is serving a second term by constitution, preparing to leave office, and decides almost unilaterally to amend the constitution, when everybody knows that that is actually changing the rules of the game in the course of the match, there is nothing in our instruments that will enable us to sanction such a country. Everybody knew, for example, that Guinea-Conakry was a coup waiting to happen. Alpha Conde was contested on the streets, was contested in parliament of his country. The political parties objected, the opposition rallied, violence was used to suppress them. A so-called referendum was quickly organized, and all kinds of shenanigans took place, which ordinarily ought to have attracted attention as a way of preventing the military coup that eventually took place in the country. So my point is that the instruments which we have at present address the end result of processes that produce unconstitutional changes, but they do not address the dysfunctions that lead to such unconstitutional changes. And we need to find a way to correct this. This is, I think, in my view, worsened by the fact that in many of our countries to date, most of our democracies do not have a mechanism for self-correction. There is no perfect political system anywhere in the world, but where political systems and therefore political leaders do not have a capacity to self-correct when they go off course, when they derail, then we have a problem. And that is the reason why forces of change result to unconstitutional methods in order to compel those changes. The president spoke earlier on about people jubilating when change happens of an unconstitutional nature, despite the fact that it is unconstitutional. And it is precisely because citizens do not have enough avenues in which to make their voices heard by political leaders, and political leaders having the enlightened and visionary approach to self-correct when citizen voices begin to be raised. It doesn't take too much magic. When citizens are demonstrating every day that they are unhappy, as happened in Mali, and political leadership has no mechanism to self-correct, the system just carries on as if everything is okay. At the end of the day, you open the avenues for the kinds of action which we have seen to have taken place in those countries. In this regard, I think we have done ourselves a bit of a disservice in our quest for democratization in failing sufficiently to empower parliaments in our countries. Parliaments have been too crippled by money, lack of financial autonomy, by too much partisanship in which when you belong to a party, especially the party of power, the presidential party, you just follow them blindly. There is no room for advising even your president to say you are endangering all of us. And the executive more or less treats most of our parliaments as an extension of State House, so that tribune of the people that plays a key role in self-correcting, in helping to calibrate the system, in representing the voice of the sovereign people, and helping the leadership to be more sensitive to the sentiments of the populace is therefore completely lost. And I cite this as one example of the many instances of our inability to self-correct. I can cite the political parties as well. Political parties, in a lot of cases, lack internal democracy. They are controlled as if they are military organizations, and voices of dissent, voices of diversity are not encouraged in a lot of cases. To take a different view from your party leader is to be accused of disloyalty, and you are likely to be suspended, undermined, and all of those acts of intolerance that make it impossible, again, for our system to self-correct. At a third level, I think we cannot doubt the fact that over the last few years, at least beyond the first decade of our democratic transition, we have seen a gradual process of deterioration in our political system more generally. Right? The president of the parliament, when he gave his opening remarks, indicated that we need to interrogate the election management bodies, right? Election administration, which at a point was celebrated as being on the right track. Many of you will remember the legendary Afari Jan of Ghana, who became almost like the emblematic figure of electoral integrity on the African continent, facing off to sitting presidents and insisting that the right thing must be done, to a point where we've seen a severe deterioration in electoral integrity. The use of security forces to undermine electoral outcomes, all kinds of games that are played, as to give us the impression that we are actually, and there is evidence which has been accumulated from research across the continent, that we are actually going through a process of democratic regression on the continent. The high point of the 1990s has been followed by a gradual decline across the board in the number of people turning out to vote because they don't believe that if they vote, it will change anything. Some people don't even believe that their vote counts for anything. In general, we used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. A colleague from DRC actually reminded me, Andre, that it is no longer a case of plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. It's that plus ça change, plus ça devient pire. The worse it becomes. The more it changes, the worse it appears to become. And this, as a fourth level, speaks to another problem with our democratization. We have perfected form, but we have not been able to master substance, with the consequence that too many of our democracies appear to do well on pro forma basis. We respect electoral calendars. We do the rituals of elections, but we don't deliver the dividends of elections to the people. And as a result of that, the generality of the citizenry do not see democracy as something which they themselves own. And that is why there's also a very general lack of popular mobilization in support of elected government when unconstitutional changes take place. If government elected delivers the dividends of democracy to the people in terms of jobs for the youth, in terms of welfare for the populace, in terms of growth in the economy, and all of those gains that we expect will flow from responsible and accountable government, then perhaps we might have seen a completely different reaction in which the citizens themselves will become the bulwark against any attempt to change a system that works for them in terms of elected government that we have. Finally, at the fifth level, is the fact that we have also seen a deterioration in state capacity to perform even the most elementary function of a state, particularly in the Sahel. When a state cannot provide security for its citizens, what democracy are we talking about, really, at the end of the day? When bandits, insurgents, criminals of all kinds have superior firepower to the armed forces of many of the states of the region, can even fly drones across our territories, bandits, and working on a trans-border basis, it becomes really very easy for unconstitutionalism to take the center stage. And that's exactly what we have seen in the cases of Mali, in the cases of Burkina, and what is threatening in a number of other countries in the sub-region. In order for us to begin to prevent unconstitutional change of government from spreading much further and rolling back those changes that have already taken place in the countries that have witnessed coup d'etats, it seems to me that we need to think seriously beyond sanctions. Sanctions are an expression of displeasure, and they have their place. But beyond sanctions, what next needs to be done? Especially when we recognize that those sanctions in and of themselves do not seem anyway to prevent unconstitutionalism, right? If the sanctions were going to work effectively, you will not have Assimi Goïta staging 2 coups within the space of 1 year. Coup number 1, and then removes the interim head of state and takes over himself in coup number 2. Burkina Faso has just recently had another coup, not because Burkina was not under sanctions. Burkina was under sanctions, but the imperative for a coup still took place. And we need to think beyond sanctions, that having used sanctions to make a statement that we are not pleased with the unconstitutionalism that has taken place in certain countries, we need to think of a revamped social compact between state and citizens. A revamped social compact that will ensure that there is a bargain in being first a citizen and secondly in defending democratic governance in our countries. A second element is a total retooling of the state in many of our countries. If you do not have a state that can provide the most elementary basis for the exercise and enjoyment of citizenship, my security, your security, we are not talking anything. So we need to think creatively about how to retool the African state and strengthen it to be able to perform its role as a state. And finally, to end here, I would say that we also need to think of a new leadership consensus. There was a leadership consensus that led us to the transition of the 1990s. That consensus has eroded over time. But what are the rules of the game of governance that we need to respect now? I think we've accumulated a lot of experience. There are rules, for example, about limitation of presidential power to reduce arbitrariness, strengthening of our parliamentary and judicial institutions in order for them to play their role in checks and balances more effectively, strengthening of election management bodies in order to re-establish the integrity of elections, and creating basic means of enjoyment of livelihood that will ensure that our citizens do not simply vote without choosing, but actually are empowered to exercise choice in a manner that ensures that political leadership understands that the ultimate office that wields the highest power in the land is the office of the citizen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for the very important remarks. And thank you for keeping the time of 15 minutes about, so it was great. Clerk, please. Are we going to... Huh? Okay, so we have the Ambassador Bankole? Yes. Yes, okay. Mr. Bankole, the Commissioner of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, PAPS, African Union.
Thank you very much, Honorable distinguished parliamentarians of the Pan-African Parliament. Greetings to also the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and on behalf of the Chairperson of the Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I will be done in about 6-7 minutes. Distinguished members of the Pan-African Parliament, let me endorse the statement by my brother, Professor Bayo Olukoshi, and to emphasize that yes, democracy has come to stay. Africa has been making steady, significant progress in this democratization process since the 1990s, all that have been said, and our landmark African Union normative frameworks, from the Constitutive Act to the protocol establishing the Peace and Security Council, to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and the Lome Declaration have come to stay. However, we have challenges, as have been stated. Recently, stakeholders gathered in Accra and came up with the Accra Declaration, which was endorsed by our leaders in Malabo at the Special Extraordinary Summit of May 2022 on terrorism and unconstitutional changes of government. You will agree with me that these two critical challenges, terrorism, violent extremism, and our governance systems, are now issues that we must rethink, recalibrate our response, and have what our leaders called in Malabo robust response, a commitment to deepen democracy, and most importantly, our march towards collective security. So definitely the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government is worrisome. We have had many engagements looking at the emphasis to entrench and redouble our commitment to democracy. Democracy will not solve all our problems overnight, but it's the best pathway that have been decided by our leaders. And your parliament is at the central component of ensuring that democracy thrives. So definitely, we have contested elections as one of the sources of insecurity in many parts of our country, of our continent, and we have to do more to promote transparency and entrench good governance. Our efforts through the African Peer Review Mechanism, our efforts in implementing the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance will go a long way in ensuring that the civic space, the civil society, the inclusion of women and youth more in politics will let Africa become a good model for the rest of the world. Since independence, we have been grappling with a number of issues, as you've been rightly briefed today, but we have to recommit to our democratic commitments. We have to recommit to promoting equally stability, stabilization, development, and cooperation. This is why our normative frameworks continue to guide us as we move to the efforts to promote democracy. What is the African Union doing? One of the efforts we are putting in place is to revamp our electoral observation process. This is one critical point. We know that elections, they cannot serve as only the hallmarks of democracy. We are having challenges with state capture, having challenges with political exclusion, having challenges with managing diversity, having challenges managing the multiplicity of threats. As Professor said, a state, an African state that does not have the capacity to guarantee the protection of its citizens from marauding terrorists or violent extremists will not survive. And this is why we are emphasizing that electoral processes must meet the best continental and international best practices. This is why we really want to emphasize that electoral observation must be inclusive. And since the election of your president of the Pan-African Parliament, we have now started working together with you on a formula of 5+1. And once resources increase, we believe we will do more to ensure that critical stakeholders in the AU system, such as PAP, have a strong voice in promoting the best practices when it comes to election observation. Average of 15 election observations are carried out in member states every year. Last year we had 16. This year we are about over 7, both parliamentary, presidential, or general elections. And I want to assure you that despite our weakest link with the resurgence, the backsliding in unconstitutional changes of government that we're witnessing, many of our member states have done very well in the last 2-3 years, where we see the opposition winning. Cape Verde, definitely Sao Tome, Zambia, Lesotho recently, Malawi, and all are really evolving. And the African Union has been there with the regional economic communities, relevant regional economic communities, to ensure that election observation is more productive to the best of our ability. The African Union Peace and Security Council is also playing a lead role as one of the guarantors and the safeguards of promoting durable and effective democratic governance so that peace dividends will thrive. We really want to assure you that in Malabo, at the Accra Reflection Forum, the African Union Peace and Security Council also played a lead role. So the Malabo Declaration, which I will encourage members of the Pan-African Parliament to really study, has all the ingredients of the efforts to deepen democracy on our continent, as Professor Olukoshi stated rightly. We have to do the best to guarantee democracy because we have no other means to our future. Excellencies, the panel of the wise, a conflict prevention mechanism, has been integrated into the work of the election observation. So for countries where we get early warning signs of political violence, electoral dispute, heavy contested elections, we deploy the panel of the wise along with your members to join in promoting harmony and respect for the rule of law, respect for the results, and ensuring that the judiciary plays its independent role and not in any way taking sides in such of our efforts. So now we have an integrated approach to many of our electoral observation missions, where we work with the REX. We have worked with COMESA specifically in Kenya. We're going to work with ECOWAS in Nigeria in February. We are working with other actors as we move along. In the past, we have also worked with the East African community in the East African region. Excellencies, let me end by quickly pointing out to what we believe should be done. And Professor has already mentioned some of them, so I will be very quick. The first is that, yes, the application of sanctions must continue in our view, but we have to rethink the effectiveness of the sanctions and for it to serve as the true deterrence to any military adventurers in future. But those in power must also continually be held accountable so that state capture will not become the order of the day. Number two, we have to, as Prof said, we have to strengthen our governance mechanisms, particularly retooling, as he said, the African state, what we call to build strong institutions, strong democratic institutions, including parliamentary institutions, so that they are really independent, they provide the oversight on the executive, and the judiciary separation of powers should be fully respected. We have to increase our level of coordination and coherence with all stakeholders, including multilateral stakeholders, United Nations, our bilateral partners, but we will not tolerate any interference. There is no single formula for democracy to thrive. The African democracy must evolve, but we will not, in our view, be able to continue to tolerate any slide that is not good for the people of our continent. We, as the African Union, we must double our efforts, our technical assistance for our different election management bodies to be able to actually supervise and hold free, fair, credible, transparent elections. This is one cardinal factor that we have brought into the picture, and I want to assure you now, we deploy mainly almost 50–60% of our budget towards technical assistance, as we have done in the case of Lesotho and as we just did in the case of the Gambia. We are putting more resources in technical assistance and not just observation. We must follow up on the evaluation. Our reports must be actioned. We have very, very hefty reports after each election, but we have to engage like we did in Zambia. After the event, we had the former president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, President Koroma, going back to Zambia to say, these are the gaps we have seen, and this will be the way forward in the future. Let me assure you, Excellencies, that we have to continually work for democracy. The issue of sovereignty cannot be used against any democratic regression. That it must continually be stated that while we respect the sovereignty and integrity of member states, we also know the international commitments and the continental norms that have been accepted. Finally, let me assure you that we must urge our member states to have universality of our continental norms and principles accepted. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Good Governance must be universally accepted on our continent so that all member states will be guided by the same principles to promote that robust response, promote to deepening of democracy, and of course, have collective security at the backs of our mind. This is why they set up and our leaders had the institutional reform, where the Peace and Security Department before has now been integrated into mainstreaming political governance into peace and security sector. A new department for peace, for political affairs, peace and security has been created, and we'll be working with the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you very much for giving me the floor. I want to assure you that the African Union Commission stands by you, stands with you, and we will, of course, stand with democracy. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Bankole. And you have confirmed what the previous speakers have mentioned about how to approach democracy and strengthen democracy in Africa. Now I think we have give the floor to Mr. Bright Sefa from ECOSOC. So,
Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I speak for the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, AU ECOSOC, which is the civil society organ of the African Union. And we are expected to integrate civil society efforts into the policies and programs of the African Union. Previous speakers before me had mentioned a lot about the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of governments in Africa. And I think a lot was also said about the progresses that we've made in the 90s, and how this resurgence of unconstitutional changes of governments looks more like derailing some of the achievements we've had within these years. The African Union, as has been said by previous speakers, have put in place quite some measures to mitigate some of these challenges. And we can see some of the things that has already been talked about, the Reflections Forum on Unconstitutional Changes of Government in Africa, which was held in Accra, Ghana by the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security and the government of Ghana in March 2022. There was also the Extraordinary Summit on Terrorism and Unconstitutional Changes of Government, which took place in Malabo. Quite a lot has been said about it. Now, the Reflections Forum that took place in Accra made some recommendations, and one particular recommendation that came out was the importance of giving room to civil society organizations and other relevant non-state actors to also make pronouncements on the developments of unconstitutional changes of governments in Africa. What civil society organizations and ordinary citizens also think about the new developments within the African continent. On that premise, the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council held a citizens forum on democracy and unconstitutional changes of government in Africa in July in Lusaka, Zambia, where we had over 200 civil society organizations physically attending and over 300 other relevant state and non-state actors also attending virtually. Now, the reason why the need for civil society organizations to also make pronouncements on this particular issue, if the African Union is already doing a lot on it, it speaks to the African Union's Agenda 2063's vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force within the global arena. So if the African Union is putting in place measures to curb an occurrence such as unconstitutional changes of government in Africa, the African Union also wants civil society organizations and citizens to also make pronouncements on the particular issue. So the main objective of the Citizens Forum that we held in Lusaka, Zambia, was to provide citizens a platform for an in-depth reflection on socio-political contexts, giving rise to the current upsurge of usages in Africa and to find solutions to support the African Union's efforts. With that, I would like to share with you some few outcomes of the Citizens Forum, and later I'll share the whole document with colleagues who are interested in it. The outcomes call for action from various stakeholders, and I would like to start with member states. Citizens of Africa are called on the member states of the African Union to invest in and address the structural root causes that lead to unconstitutional changes of governments in Africa. Citizens also want member states to engage in public dialogues on the state of democratic governance and promotion of a culture of democracy. Citizens want member states to comply with their commitments on AU shared values instruments, especially on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. There was also the call for volunteering to undertake country structural vulnerability assessments, as well as development and implementation of mitigation stages, as the APRM targeted review, which is currently ongoing. The target review is ongoing in some African countries as we speak. I quite remember my colleagues were in Niger recently and then in Comoros, where the government has given them room to assess some of the developments in terms of governance within the country. Civil society organizations also called member states to address challenges of access to public information and safeguard independence and non-partisan rule and information from the legislation. We are also expected to undertake legal and institutional reforms to guarantee and safeguard independent and non-partisan role of the civil service and security sector. There was also the call to enhance accountability measures and mechanisms of the public and private sector to redress the increased rise of state capture by elites. There was also the call to guarantee credible and legitimate electoral processes, including preventing and addressing political vigilantism and election-related violence. And I think a lot has already been said on that by previous speakers. There was also the call to strengthen civil-military relations, including enhancing transparency and accountability of security sector expenditure and engagement. They also made recommendations to the African Union, and they called on the African Union to review implementation status of the Livingstone Formula and the Maseru conclusions, with a view to expand and fully operationalize civil society and citizens' participation. The Livingstone Formula and the Maseru conclusions are framework documents that enlists ways and means through which civil society organizations and other relevant non-state actors can work with the African Union and the Peace and Security Council of the African Union to help support peace and security processes in Africa. There's also the call to involve and engage African citizens through ECOSOC and the AGA platform members in the process to envisage finalization of AU guidelines for amendments of national constitutions in line with existing normative frameworks. There is currently work ongoing on developing a subcommittee at the African Union level on how to make changes to constitutions that reflects what citizens believe should be the case in terms of changing constitutions. There was also the call to consider recommendations from civil society dialogues and reflections in the processes of establishment of a PSC subcommittee on unconstitutional changes of governments in line with Article 8.5 of the Peace and Security Council Protocol. They also called for partnership between civil society organizations, the media, private sector, women, youth, formations, persons with disabilities, faith-based organizations to provide technical support to member states in building a sustainable democratic governance. They also called for support and facilitate meaningful participation and engagement of civil society organizations in Africa in AU flagship events. They call for support from member states to undertake country structural vulnerability and resilience assessments. And finally, they call for continued championing and lead of global dialogues and negotiations on structural reforms of the global political and financial institutions, in a particular reparations of ill-gotten wealth and illicit financial flows, tax avoidance, and exploitations of Africa's rich natural resources, which may lead to unconstitutional changes of governments. This outcome document also came with a roadmap for implementation by African civil society organizations, the African Union, and other relevant stakeholders. And stakeholders in this regard, the Pan-African Parliament is one of the main stakeholders who have a mandate to engage civil society organizations and citizens in Africa in their work. In 2023, ECOSOC is rolling out the a plan of action and the roadmap, and we're envisaging working with the Pan-African Parliament in terms of supporting all these processes towards the development of Africa that we all want. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bright Sefa. I now call Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, ECOWAS Commission. Ambassador Fattah. Well, I've just got to know that you were not able to connect with him. So we will go now into the debates. We have about 26 honorable members who wants to speak on these issues we have discussed today. But I think just to make it, due to time constraint, we will take now 10, and then after the second session, we'll take the rest so that we can have some kind of organizing our time. Do you agree, honorables? So I will start with Mr. Muntaka Mubarak from Ghana.
Come, Chief Whip, yeah. Chief Whip, Sudan.
No. What? No.
It's not agreeing. There's the man.
Oh, yes.
There's the man. No.
I'm Doma Gatfan. I come from South Sudan. The answer is no.
Thank you, Mr.
You cannot limit us in a very critical situation that we are in, that we are discussing for this continent.
Here, I can't hear your voice. Can you please, can you put the mic?
You take 15.
No, it's put your
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me thank all the presenters for a wonderful presentation, and to say that, yes, it looks like we all are very much aware of the problems that confront us. But I must admit that the solutions or the suggestions that we are putting up, in my view, are not very adequate. And if we do not deal with the root cause, 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll still be talking about this. In my view, the root cause starts from the individual country's constitution. Because you see, if you have a bad constitution, right from the word go, it sets you up for conflict. If you have a constitution of individual country that does not adequately, and the word here is adequately, guarantee human rights and citizenship, and then inclusiveness, you right away lose it. Because, you see, I have always argued that democracy was embraced at a time that we had military leaders. And in crafting the constitutions, they decided to embed in the constitution so much powers for themselves, thinking that they wanted to protect themselves. Long after they've left, we still have presidents. We virtually are electing dictators. You go and look at individual countries' constitution, you see that you are just electing a dictator who is so powerful, and that results in all the things that you are talking about, able to manipulate parliament, able to manipulate the judiciary, able to do everything, and then in the end, democracy gets lost. We've also been emphasizing on democracy as if it is only about election. So long as we do not change the narratives about election to mean that the dividend of election should be more important than just election, I mean, 20 years, we'll come and be talking about the same thing. That is why we all saw the insurgents, everybody embracing it, then all of a sudden it's going down. The nature of African content and our culture does not allow us to do this we and them. But go around all African countries and see the constitutions and see how the democracy is practiced. It is about we and them. Once it does not set with our culture of me being your keeper, yeah, you lead me, but you empathize with me, you try to pick the weakest among us along. If we practice the way America and Europe practices it, believe me, 20 years from now, we'll come and be talking again. Because we are crafting our constitution to just do we and them. And in Ghana, we call it the winner takes it all. So you win election with just 50.1%, and then you control everything. The opposition with 49 point something loses everything. And you expect to have peace. No. Other thing that we need to look at is excessive opposition. In many of our countries, even including Ghana, I mean, I've been in parliament for 2 decades. There's excessive opposition. It's like almost everything government is doing, all you have to do is to get power. So it is about the next election. So once it's about the next election, you must do everything to frustrate the government. And in an attempt, the government is doing everything to win the next election. When you do that, obviously in 20 years, you will be lost. I heard one of my colleagues, Prof. from Nigeria, talking about Afarajan and now. I can bet you, yes, we don't bring our individual countries' pettiness here. If you have an electoral commissioner who decides to throw an electoral register and do a new one, and then within 4 years, is now moving forward to come with another method to restrict the citizens by saying that you must have only one Ghana card when he knows that so many people are not having it. And the whole African continent, everybody is quiet. We don't pray for that. If tomorrow Ghana's democracy is thrown out, you will see people on the street jubilating because you see that you are adopting a method. Elections are not only won on election day. Governments have found ways of stealing election 2 years before the election, 1 year before the election, by putting in mechanisms to deny citizens even the opportunity to vote. And you see everybody is quiet. Before the 2020 election, how can you imagine a Supreme Court rule in Ghana that your birth cert cannot be used as citizen identification, what do you call it, proof of your citizenship? Tell me, why is this thing done? That your birth certificate cannot be used as the evidence of your citizenship. And yet we went to that election. It didn't go well for them. Now you have a parliament that is almost at parity. The speaker is from the opposition. They are driving another method, saying that Ghana card will be the only thing. Even your passport cannot be a guarantee for you to have electoral, a vote. And the whole West Africa is quiet. The whole Africa is quiet. So if tomorrow that democracy is thrown overboard, then you say that, oh, what happened? I am saying that it is not just enough. The African peer review mechanism, we must make it mandatory. So we'll be reviewing what we are doing in our individual countries. If we don't do that, and it's just about elections, believe me, we'll have problems. Lastly, Mr. Chair, we must take election from the country's own electoral bodies. I'm of the view, ECOWAS, a sub-regional group, should have an election body that goes to organize election in all the countries in ECOWAS. Look, it's going to be cheap. It is going to be more effective because you are going into a country that is not your country. You are only going to use the rules and implement the rules to get the election properly done. So long as the presidents have the power to elect the chair or the commissioners of the election and all the accoutrement that goes with it, including the payment for the ballot paper and other things, we'll be joking. 20 years, we'll still be talking what we are saying. So let's observe the possibility of having electoral bodies that run zones. So Southern Africa, we have an electoral body that runs it. Western, North, Central, and Eastern. And they support each other in running elections in individual countries. And I can bet you, you will see a drastic change because they will not be part of the cultural differences, the politicking internally, and that will give us a better result.
Time, Mr.
Thank you very much,
Chair. Time.
Thank you, Honorable. Does anybody want to comment from our speakers before we go further on? Okay, so we go to the next speaker. Honorable Senior Ahmed Na,
شكرا.
Sahrawi Republic.
شكرا.
عفوا.
أريد أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لمكتب البرلمان
to submit the document to the Bureau, and I want to say thank you to the organizers for putting together this meeting, because we're discussing topics that are very rich and which are extremely important for our peoples. And I believe that this is what we aspire to: peace, security, and brotherhood. But in order to get to those objectives, I think we need to change culturally, intellectually, through this type of meeting where we can discuss.
من القارة الإفريقية اللي حقيقة قدموا نقاشات صريحة وأفكار قيمة أريد أن أثني على هذا اليوم.
So I do appreciate the various ideas that have been floated around, and I also salute the richness of the discussion. So the more we insist on transforming Africa, and also we insist on the mechanism for applying these ideas, this is an African mechanism, and therefore it is a democratic exercise which allows us to keep an eye on these unconstitutional changes of government with prerogatives that are bigger, so that we take into account decisions and the idea that we need to defend the rights of African peoples, so that they know the nature of the conflicts in question and be in a position to make a judgment on cases, and so that they can apportion blame or decide who was right, who was wrong. And this needs to be expanded so that we continue fighting for people's rights and justice. But I'm wondering, is there a difference or a distinction between those who topple a government and those who actually do not respect the Constitution? Because we know that it is the African Union that is entitled to apply sanctions should they be required. But since we have a constitution, I think it is just as important to have a mechanism that would allow us to determine the nature of the conflict and see how best we can manage it, manage the situation so that we can preserve democracy. Thank you.
Well, I go to number 3, السيد فاتح والضيق من الجمهورية الجزائرية. أستاذ فاتح اتفضل.
Algeria. Fatah from Algeria, you have the floor, sir.
From Chad.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On m'avoir donné la parole. Je prends la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I take the floor to bring about clarifications on the situation of my country, Chad, so that honorable members of the chamber can get to grips with the challenges and the complexity of the situation that we are experiencing. Honorable Chair, as you are no doubt aware, we know that after an incursion of a group of rebels on our territory, where they sowed chaos and which led to the death of the president, Idriss Deby, who went on the ground where operations were ongoing to defend the country, and where he lost his life. So, and he left the country faced with a multitude of challenges. So the Constitution of Chad, of course, contained a provision where the chairperson of the National Assembly would have taken then the reins of power in the country. But because the country was in throes of a war that made the situation even more complex, it is in these circumstances that the military establishment, looking at the challenges that the country faced, they came up with an instrument that allowed the CMT to take the reins of power, and they gave themselves 18 months to stabilize the country and organize elections so that we can come back to a normal situation. As a member of the African Union, the situation of Chad did not leave the African Union indifferent. So that's why a summit was organized. The heads of state and government look at the situation of Chad, and they say and declared that this was not a constitutional change of power. So the manner in which one can maintain oneself in power and the definition of an unconstitutional change are actually underlined in Chapter 23 of the main constitutive act of the African Union. Any intervention. Sorry, the microphone has gone off. Any intervention of mercenaries to try and overthrow an elected government, any dissident gang that decides to remove an elected government from power, or any government in place that should give the power to the winner of elections that are just and properly organized. So any amendment or review of the constitutional legal framework which may hinder the constitutional change of power democratically so. So in any case, this does not apply to Chad. So that's why the African Union did not sanction Chad, since a broad-based government was put into place, where the government decided that they're going to organize a national dialogue, inclusive and free. And it's going to be organized in two stages. First, in Qatar, the government of Doha invited more than 50 groups, and so that these dialogue could then go forward. And this dialogue in Doha led to a consensus which allowed the rebel movement to take part in the SAID discussions. The second and the major inclusive sovereign dialogue, which saw the participation of 1,500 people from all walks of life and political groupings, met in Jamena and approved by consensus the various provisions put forth for the expected transition. So after 45 days of free and sincere discussions, the result has been that it is an inclusive national dialogue which is going to lead to a transition. And then we have the various tenets of the changes that are in the pipeline, so that to ensure peace, security, social cohesion, and national reconciliation, to put into place resolution recommendations that are necessary for an inclusive and sovereign national dialogue following that Doha dialogue, and so that this can lead then to proper good governance and lead to the improvement of living conditions of citizens. Five, come up with conditions that are going to lead to return to constitutional government within 24 months. So the government has got at its head Mr. Salih Ketabo, that we know here at the Pan-African Parliament, and he is representing all manner of political parties, and so these were the signatories of the Doha Accord. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I think that for the next speakers, we have set the microphone for 3 minutes. So please try to put your comment on those 3 minutes. Well, we have now the next speaker, Honorable Bonai Gatfan Kulang from South Sudan.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor given. Democracy. To have that democracy in Africa, you need to have a strong civil society. You need to have a wise media, wise. And you know what I mean with wise. That they know what they say and what they write on the newspapers. What is it? Before I continue, Mr. Chair, I'm asking for a rise of 1 minute, remembering our martyrs. This is Modiba of South Africa, Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, is who? This one. John Magufuli of Tanzania, and Moi Kibaki of Kenya. Can we rise for 1 minute?
No, we can't do that. We need a motion for that. In fact, those are not the only matters. We have more.
Okay. In security, let us just put 100 soldiers from each and every country of Africa in a patrol security, you know. You put them together, they become 4,000 soldiers, a strong one, and move them around. You give like how many helicopters? 10 of them. They will get help of those coup makers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. The next speaker, Honorable Nibiratide Jean-Marie from Burundi.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor. Let me begin by saying thank you to the PAP Bureau for organizing this meeting. Let me also thank the various speakers for the presentations, very rich in content, around which we've been able to build our efforts. As the Congolese professor said, why is it that we go silent when some countries are actually this subject of an aggression. And yet, sometimes when it applies to some countries, the entire continent then comes together to try and find a solution. Why isn't there a quest for a solution in the DRC? Why is it that the continent has not mobilized itself to either sanction those that are guilty of promoting this lack of peace? Because when that happens, then there is no progress, because we need to have an Africa that speaks with one voice. What does that mean? It means that if a member country comes across difficulties, the rest of the members should do everything possible to find a sustainable solution and a lasting solution. So let me go straight to the point. The Pan-African Parliament should state its indignation in the face of unconstitutional changes of government, as we stated since morning, and ask the African Union to apply sanctions that are even stronger for those that make trouble. Secondly, since we have realized that some coup d'etats seem to have justifications, so we have to make sure that the Pan-African Parliament asks governments to improve their governance so that they are able to better serve their people, so that people live in peace and continue to work, so that all of us can then reach the Africa that we want, and we are in a position to implement all the programs that are in Agenda 2063. And so we should really point fingers at those who violate their constitution so that they just defend their own interests, and people then are put in a situation that is uncomfortable. And the impact, of course, is negative as far as the progress that is sought by our people is concerned. And we've also seen that some of these coups d'etat are not internal. They are, I think, they come because some countries in the north are eyeing our wealth. And we have to fight against this involvement of the countries in question in our internal affairs.
The next speaker is Said Salah Dalqawi من ليبيا.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. السلام عليكم جميعا. في البداية طبعا نحن
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're discussing a topic which for the first time has been raised in a very positive fashion. A number of speakers have taken the floor, whether it be people who are interested in the topic or people who are actually taking part in this meeting via internet. Indeed, this is a matter that is not easy to tackle. It is complex, it is difficult because of its various facets. And of course, I'm not going to give any examples by naming countries, but as far as Libya is concerned, I think you know the situation that we are going through. A lot of people have mentioned the name of former President Colonel Gaddafi. In our country, we don't have a constitution. We haven't held elections since 2069. And today, a lot of countries are not happy with what happened in Libya in 2011, which was considered to be a matter of meddling in the private affairs of Libya. There were coups d'etats. There were coups d'etats that were carried out with all sorts of weapons. And today we see that sometimes there are armed groups that then take up arms because they question legitimacy of such governments. And some people are nostalgic vis-a-vis the past because they benefited from the support of foreign powers. Well, today we are discussing with the Europeans. If you remember, we have more than 2,500,000 guns in Libya. If we can speak frankly, it's those who have got the guns who are important.
الدول والحكم الأسري والفساد المنتشر في القارة هو أدى.
And I think power is concentrated in the hands of families and tribes. And when we talk about this question, I think it's very important that we take into account the entire gamut of circumstances. So we want to get to a decision. We want to get to a level that the Pan-African Parliament aspires to, because there is a problem with the sound, says the speaker. There are colleagues who did not come, but at the same time, we see the authors of the coup d'etat who are welcomed in Africa. If we want to speak about what is happening in Africa, I think it is important that we have institutions that are stronger than even the Pan-African Parliament, so that we can then be in a position to reach the expected results. So that, but by the same token, I think it's a good thing that we are discussing it now.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Is he available?
Yes, he's available.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And my interest, Mr. Chairman, is to look at commending the presenters for the wonderful work and presentation they have given to this Parliament. Colleagues, there is something most important about institutions. If we are talking about building democracy, the institutions of governments must be strengthened, and we should concentrate on institutions, not necessarily on individuals. In what you are looking across the African continent, those governments concentrate on themselves, especially the leaders that are in charge. If all the institutions that make up a government are more strengthened, then we can talk of a serious democracy. Number two, we have a challenge where we are looking at interventions of mercenaries, trying to replace democratic processes in several African governments. And that's why we are looking at this debate very core, because we are seeing governments being influenced from other other countries, especially from Western countries. The one presenter talked about multinational corporations having other intentions, and then they erode our democratic practices. Lastly, we have talked about, I think it was Professor Adebayo, talked about the issue of sanctions. This is postmortem. If we emphasize about putting putting sanctions very, very important, we have tested this, and they have actually failed. We need to be more proactive. We need to see these things move on. We wouldn't want to say that let us put on sanctions on several governments and then we get solutions.
African Union, our Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, needs to be more proactive than actually looking at putting on sanctions, which sanctions may not have really
It's working. What's this? Honorable, thank you. Well, I got a request from the caucus presidents from Central African and Northern Caucasus that they have a meeting at 12 p.m. and they would like to intervene now. So, President of Central African Caucus, okay.
Our Honorable Chairperson of, actually it's my committee, thank you for taking into consideration our requests. I would like to acknowledge the interventions and presentations of all those who presented in this very important sitting. Honorable President, I would like to know a bit, this is the question to the head of the Peace and Security Council. When I read some of the mandates of this Security Council is to act on the prevention, management, and resolution of conflicts. I think most of the time we act on the resolution of conflicts. I would like to know what are we doing to prevent the conflicts, because sometimes there are early warning signs which we usually ignore. I also agree, and I couldn't agree more, with the presentation of our speakers, and especially Professor Adebayo, on what he spoke about the root causes of the conflicts. One of the things that they suggested is that we look at the root causes and what are the new proposals we can give. But I would like to know, how do we take into accountability our leaders? Because he spoke about that. When our leaders are sometimes at the root cause of the problems, for example, if they are not respecting what is in the Constitution, the rule of law itself, how do we take them into accountability? I think this is where the African Union Commission comes in. What do they do? There is the Conference of Heads of State. What do they do about that? I think they have to call on their counterparts and find a solution on that. And when there are no solutions, that's why we see, as we were saying, they have sanctions, and these sanctions sometimes they don't work. Why don't they work? Because it's always the population which is suffering, but the people behind these problems, they are not affected by the sanctions. And also, as he said, there is lack of results in all that we are saying. We have voted so many laws, we have so many declarations. How can
Thank you, Honorable. I think your question is not an easy one to answer. But of course, there are the speakers have given different opinion on how to improve the democracy in Africa. The only problem I see is that we don't speak to each other a lot about this. We need more interaction on this issue, between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union, with the Peace and Security Council also. And that requires funds which are not available now at the PAP. To be more effective, you need to go on the ground and to understand what's really going on. So I think this is one of the main obstacles for us to be able to be more effective. But I think we're going on the right way, and if such meetings like today will help a lot in improving the democratic process in Africa. Thank you. I ask now Honorable Azzeddin and Abdelmegid, Azzeddin Abdelmegid from Algeria, the chairman of the North African Cause.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Chair. My intervention focuses on governance for us Africans. Governance that they are trying to sell us as a UN product, which is relatively recent. It's really, in fact, an ancient concept that is naturally and historically used to. By our history, we have witnessed that our people manage their affairs through good governance practices. We need to remind here the democratic systems that we had the Ijma, and also the discussions and debates in African systems to manage their affairs. Debates organized within these institutions are not ordinary and are really very rich and profound and based on the lived experiences of societies where lessons and warnings and recommendations are also always used: compromise, concordance, cohesion, dialogue, and peace. For us, Africans, governance is not something that is alien to us. It is really engraved into our DNA and cultures, although it was deconstructed by many years of disjuncture. The spirit of good governance has enriched our institutional history, and we just need to light the flame so that we rekindle experiences with good governance, efficiency, and principles and the controls of modernism. For a very long time, Africa has been kicked left and right between different experiences, programs, ideology that were attached artificially from outside. Can Africa not develop its own analysis capacity and do its own assessments and produce its own specific management instruments? Can it not by itself develop its own concepts, approaches, methodologies, and social contracts in terms of governance as well as democracy? There doesn't exist a perfect, ready-made, bespoke solution. His mic just went off. that are better than received experiences. And it is only by indigenous solutions that we will get mass support for our own approaches. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
شكرا سيدنا محترم. Now,
thank you very much, Said.
This session, any of our respected speakers today would like to give any of his comments? Because I understand some of them will leave after this session. Yeah, the speakers.
Honorable Chair?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Honorable Chair?
Okay.
Honorable Chair?
Okay.
Honorable Chair, can I get your indulgence and attention?
Non, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président.
Please, Mr. Chair. Yes, please. I raised my hand to take the floor. Maybe you forgot. I don't know. I don't think it's bad faith. You haven't given me the possibility to speak.
That we will give 10 speakers now, and then 10 speakers in the other session. Otherwise, the time will pass. So your time will come in the next 10. So that's and the honour will be taking. Yes.
Honorable Chair, I'm a chair of Southern Region, and I thought you were treating us the same. Can I get your indulgence also before we leave for a meeting, just to make my short input? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Chair, while the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance has many important objectives, which seeks to enhance democracy, good governance, and the rule of law, which seeks to enhance democracy and good governance and rule of law, it fell short on important aspect, which is to regulate the term limits of the heads of state. This is very fundamental. We experience these conflicts, wars, and coup d'etats because these become a source. We have many challenges that we have today because we have the heads of states who overstay their welcome. And in the process, during their long stay, they find ways and means to manipulate the processes, laws, and systems to enhance their stay in power. This results in the rigging of elections and to manipulate the national constitutions to be extended to their term limits. Your Excellencies, the African Union can learn a great deal what the Pan-African Parliament has just done. We have adopted the rotation of the Bureau, and that is part of enhancing our democracy. Our mother body, the AU, must be brave enough to amend this charter in order to regulate the term limits of the heads of states in the African continent. We cannot await for Europe and UK to come and regulate us in terms of sanctions. We must also take sanctions amongst ourselves to say you are not doing good, and therefore you have to be sanctioned by us as member states here. This is fundamental, and if we don't address this, Chair, we might kiss and say goodbye. We're not going to achieve stability in this continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much. I think we have to give the chance to our, because we only give for the caucus chairmen because they have a meeting at 12, but other people will continue later on in the second session, after the second session. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have also your intervention was registered. I was out then. Are you going to do it in the second session? Okay, afterwards, sir. In the second session.
Professor would like.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few comments. Listening to the speaker, the MP from Ghana, who suggests that the IPRM should be made mandatory and a regional electoral body established to manage elections in different countries. I think that is going to be very difficult. I don't see how heads of states are going to agree on this. This is going to be really difficult. L'autre commentaire, c'est sur...
Other comment concerns the contribution from Burundi, which I also appreciate. I think it's a very important contribution because how do we, the African Union and regional institutions, how can they stay silent when situations that erode our democracy occur, like I mentioned for the case of the Democratic Republic of Congo? If the Pan-African Parliament represents Africans and African people, the Pan-African Parliament and other African institutions cannot remain silent when these deplorable solutions occur. We've seen, for example, what is happening in Ukraine. Ukraine is invaded by Russia, and many different countries take a position, a stance against that, and even African countries. And it is unfortunate that the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament cannot adopt a clear position in the face of aggressions that the Democratic Republic of Congo faces from Rwanda and other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would follow swiftly by saying that the honorable member from Ghana made some detailed recommendations, which in a sense flesh out the broad outlines that that I think we presented. I definitely recognize myself in a lot of what you said. And it's more in terms of just spelling out in more detail. For example, a new leadership consensus around governance. And it is clear on the basis of experience that in too many, or at least in an increasing number of our countries, to take the example of our electoral system, the absence of a consensus mechanism, call it proportional representation, for example, means effectively that too many countries are becoming polarized in a very dangerous way. Kenya, razor-thin victory, a polarized country between two camps. Ghana has lived through this situation for a period of time, and it's obvious that this kind of arrangement cannot hold for a prolonged period. So one can spell out all of the details which you indicated. Your call for bolder, your recommendation about APRM and others, I would take as an invitation for us to be more audacious in thinking about our problems and the solutions to those problems, even if one might disagree on some of the specifics that you pointed to, like a regional election management body. There's nothing that stops them from being bought also at the end of the day. And I would say that your call for us to think much more boldly and critically to address the dysfunctions we have observed is a most welcome one. In this connection also, it's important that we pay much greater attention to the alignment between the forms of democratization we adopt and the real lived experiences of people. We tend to follow models that grow out of different historical and cultural contexts without necessarily looking into our own history and experiences in order to have the kind of processes and mechanisms in place in which people recognize themselves and which also function to deliver the results which we desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there are no other. Yes. Okay. See, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So I would want to start with one comment about the African Union, mostly coming in after incidents have already happened, and then we're trying to come in to help salvage the situation. So it's more about being proactive rather than being reactive to what is happening on the continent. And I would like to say that the African Union continues to put a lot of measures in place to be more proactive to some of the developments on the continent. As a matter of fact, the reactionary part is what is being heard after incidents have taken place. And I would like to mention a few of such developments in this regard. One, I would want to mention the early warning systems. The African Union has a very strong and robust early warning system that collects data from all the African Union member states to inform on developments within the African continent. Now, the issue here is that information collected and then expected events are communicated to member states to act on them as quickly as possible. However, we don't get that reactions from member states when we give this information to them. So we may need to do more at the member state level on that aspect as well. There's also the structural vulnerability assessments, where the African Union has been working with the regional economic communities and member states to see how best we can assess systems within member states so that we can find some of these frailties and then find lasting solutions to them before they become challenges on us. We have had trainings and engagements with election management bodies, members of parliament, the judiciary, and so many other institutions at the national level, which informs some of these proactive measures that we have been putting in place. There is the panel of the wise, there is a FemWise. We are currently developing a sanctions regime. Works are ongoing now at the African Union level to have a sanctions regime to tackle some of these things as and when they come. There is also the development of a guidelines to changes in constitutions in Africa, where when there is going to be a change in constitution, member states would like to adhere to, then they can go by these guidelines to change their constitutions. I can mention many more things that are happening that are really proactive, that sees to it. That's why the fact that we have the challenges on non-constitutional changes of government in Africa. I do believe a lot has been done by the African Union in this regard, and it could be worse if we did not have such mechanisms in place. The last one I want to talk about is the African.
I have 1 minute, please.
There was a mention of it being mandatory. I think member states of the African Union have been very receptive to the APRM's processes since it was introduced. And like I mentioned earlier, there's been so many countries who have received the APRM in their countries, and there are a lot of processes ongoing now. So a call for it to be mandatory may be necessary, but not to be pushy on it, as member states are already receptive to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think by this we have this session is adjourned, and the second session will be headed by the Honorable Vice President of PAP. Okay. Thank you again.
Uma salva de palmas para o primeiro.
Let's give a gesture to the speakers. Good afternoon. We firstly would like to apologize to our speakers of the second panel because we're starting with 2 hours late, and obviously there's going to be some pressure upon the presenters. Instead of 15 minutes, we're going to give them 10 minutes for each speaker. Our panel deals to eliminate the resurgence of the phenomenon of unconstitutional changes of government in Africa situation, causes, factors, and consequences. We're going to have 4 teams and 8 members of a panel. The first one is with regard to exploring the causes, socioeconomic, the factors and consequences of UCG in Africa. The second panel will be of the global forces underlying the global threats to the entrenchment of constitutionalism in democracy in Africa. The third one will deal with contested electoral processes, resurgence of military coups, AU sanctions mechanisms. We'll do it by remote participation. The last one will be with the relevance and currents and deployment of the AU on the unconstitutional changes of government. I then hereby will give the floor to the first speaker to present the team. You have the floor.
Tem 10 minutos aqui no púlpito.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much. I hope I'll stick to the 10 minutes given. Well, it's a privilege and honor to be here, and it's also a privilege to speak, to share the stage with my immediate former boss, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, at International IDEA. Let me briefly say something about the context of this conversation. In 2010, International IDEA, the Department of Political Affairs at the African Union, and the Institute of African Renaissance Studies, UNISA, convened a similar dialogue in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. By then, 23 countries in Africa had leaders who had come to power through force. And 21 leaders in Africa had been in power for more than 15 years. And 9 of the countries were battling with leaders who were trying to do constitutional review to eliminate the constitutional provision on term limits. So you will acknowledge with me that the configurations as we speak might not have significantly changed. International IDEA's Global State of Democracy, which tries to track the consolidation of democracy across the world, in 2015, it noted that Africa had 22 democracies. By 2020, 5 years later, at the onset of COVID, the pandemic, that number had regressed to 18. And of these 18, 8 are low-performing democracies, leaving Africa at the present moment with only 10 democracies. So this is the context in which we are having this kind of a conversation. And while this resurgence of military coups, mostly in West Africa, which has led to unconstitutional changes of government, have in a way reactivated the conversation. The continent for more than a decade now has experienced a wave of popular uprisings, which mostly led to unconstitutional changes of government or irregular changes of government across the continent. So I will speak on briefly what are some of the socio-economic triggers or drivers of unconstitutional changes of government. But before I do that, because my presentation is going to focus on popular uprisings. And as you have increasingly observed, the military has also mastered the art of tapping into popular resentment and using that to topple even legitimate governments. So for more than a decade now, the African countries that have experienced mass protests on the scale and intensity that have toppled governments, and that have generally tended to be those where repressive leaders have employed coercion to consolidate their regimes over decades. In fact, the inability of illegitimate regimes to deliver public goods and human security opens up possibilities of power contestations. So even though the triggers to popular uprisings in Africa over the last decade may appear contextually distinct, varying from country to country, they are nonetheless still primarily connected to the defunct hopes and thwarted aspirations of especially Africa's predominantly youth population. The uprisings have been happening in context of poor stewardship over economies, widening unemployment, poor standards of living, and ineffective governance institutions that have failed to curtail the widespread excesses of corruption, misrule, and a wide variety of other accountability problems. Therefore, in places where the masses have taken to the streets, and in some cases aided by the military, the belief in the possibility that the national governments could still deliver the social, economic, and political dividends of an increasingly liberalizing Africa appears to have waned. The African Peace and Security Commission a council itself was compelled to acknowledge on the 29th of April 2014 in its statement that mass uprisings occasioning regime changes across the continent are often deeply rooted in governance deficiencies, which states complementing its previous assessment that most popular uprisings are indeed attributable to the trinity of democratic deficiency, political instability, and bad governance. The mass uprisings that were witnessed in Sudan were fueled to a large extent by worsening economic performances and long-drawn nature of systematic repression embedded at the heart of the regime's responses to the calls for meaningful reforms. In Algeria, when popular protests ignited, the government appeared incapable of fulfilling the economic aspirations of the country's population. Oil prices by then had floundered, a huge population of youth were unemployed, and there were allegations of corruption. Burkina Faso from 2014, attempts to amend the constitution to eliminate term limits triggered protests in Burkina Faso. And the last two coups that we have witnessed are also anchored around human security as one of the main factors which appear to trigger the military coup or military takeover. So whether it is in Zimbabwe in 2017, Ethiopia 2018, Mali 2020, it was citizens lost faith and utter dissatisfaction in the ability of incumbent governments and regimes to govern effectively and democratically in ways that respect human rights and address unmet needs and aspirations of populations across these countries that eventually triggered mass protests. In concluding, a lingering question amongst political analysts and to some extent scholars is why popular uprising in Africa are increasingly successfully leading to unconstitutional changes of government. So during the past decade, mobilization has succeeded when activists have transcended their identities. Adding to that, the current generation of protesters has inherited 4 other key factors that underpin the success of uprisings in Africa. Activists have mobilized mass movements. I'm sure you've witnessed that in countries such as Sudan. They've harnessed women participation, and leadership elicited active and tacit support from military and security services and secured regional buy-in. There are things that I think lessons that can be drawn by the African Union and even the regional economic communities from the trends of popular uprisings across the continent. The submissions from the representative from ECOSOC, I took note of that. But what I feel African Union could do is also to strengthen its peace infrastructure, especially in trying to tap from the early warning and invoke or strengthen its preventative diplomacy machinery. It's not enough to alert states that this is about to happen, but it's enough to be proactive to also take some measures to engage with the local actors in a way that might be aimed to prevent these unconstitutional changes of governments. But there are also fundamental questions that I need to pose. Basically around the response of the African Union and the RECs on their policies. Have their actual responses and engagements always aligned with laid down policy prescriptions for unconstitutional changes of government? There's one observation that there's been some inconsistencies in response. Does that point also to the policy inconsistency? Number 2, how effective have these policy responses been in incentivizing a return to democratic constitutional order in countries concerned, while at the same time also preserving the gains and democratic aspirations of the popular revolts? Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank our presenter, Mr. Graham Matenga. He has presented on a very important theme, the first speaker on the second panel for today. He has indicated what are the drivers, socioeconomic causes of UCG. He has highlighted the failures of governance and the aspirations of peoples that are not taken into account. So with that, we can invite the second speaker, who is Professor Charles Fombad. He will share with us the global forces behind and global threats to the entrenchment of constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. Professor Fombad, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I want to start by thanking the Pan-African Union for inviting me to take part in this very important discussion. As the chair pointed out, I'll be talking about the global forces behind and the global threats to the entrenchment of constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. Let me start by pointing out that in the 1990s, these forces were strongly behind our attempts and the initiatives that we took to entrench the culture of democracy. The main point I'll be making is that these global forces, which were once a strong support in our attempts to entrench constitutionalism and democracy, are no longer behind us, and in some instances, they are a threat to our efforts. So I'll make two main points. The first one is the global threats that we have to constitutionalism in Africa, and secondly, my views of what we need to do to counter this, and time permitting, I'll make some concluding remarks. Let me start with the global threats to constitutionalism and democracy in Africa. We face many of these threats today, but I'll just summarize them in 4 main points. The first point is the waning international support for liberal democracy and constitutionalism in Africa. The second is the impact of the global democratic recession. The third is the continuing impact of the hangovers of colonialism. And the fourth point will be the place of African constitutionalism in global constitutionalism. So let me start with my first point, the waning international support for liberal democracy and constitutionalism in Africa. Unconstitutional changes of government leading to authoritarian democracy in Africa is thriving because many of the international players who were behind us a few decades ago, for one reason or another, look the other way when things go wrong. In fact, several of these key actors increasingly are less inclined to exerting pressure on African authoritarian regimes, especially when they rig elections, and this leads to protests, and the protests lead to violent repression. I would say that the election of the populist Donald Trump as US president, followed by the election of a host of other populist leaders in Europe, radically exploded the myth of the West as the beacon of democracy. Trump openly expressed his admiration for repressive leaders such as Putin of Russia and Xi Jinping of China and a number of other African dictators. His isolationist American First doctrine made it clear that promoting democracy in Africa or feeling disquiet about the trajectory of democracy in Africa was not his concern. During Trump's presidency, a then inward-looking America no longer saw itself as a champion of democracy and a champion against dictators. It is not yet clear whether Biden is doing enough to undo the Trump legacy. Europe, too, during the last 5 years has turned only a half-open eye to what is happening in Africa. First, it was and is still preoccupied with the imponderables posed by Brexit. Secondly, there is the rise of populist right-wing regimes. And thirdly, the influx of refugees from across the Mediterranean looking for a better life in Europe. Like the US, Europe of today will rather support or turn a blind eye to rigged elections that leave repressive strongmen in power than risk having what they fear might be weak regimes that could lead to instability and raise the specter of jihadist takeovers. On the whole, the West is caught on the horns of a dilemma. On the one hand, it is the proponent of liberal democratic values, and it has tried hard to implement this in Africa. On the other hand, out of short-term self-interest and in response to rising populism, it finds itself supporting or, at worst, tolerating African dictators who mimic the principles of democracy whilst flagrantly violating them at the same time in their bid to stay long in power. For what are purely business reasons, Western companies have supported their government's positions. It is a policy that has not only allowed repressive dictators to devise strategies to prolong their stay in power, but has also opened the door for China and Russia, which have no qualms about supporting dictators. Indeed, with China coming to town, it is fast stuffing Western lessons about liberal democracy out of the window and introducing the continent to its own syllabus in authoritarian democracy. Russia's Vladimir Putin has taught African dictators about the subtle art of tiptoeing around a constitutional presidential term limit. The Chinese are actually more direct. Their parliament repealed the presidential two-term limit, which enabled Xi Jinping to earn his third term a few weeks ago. These two presidents reinforced the view of many African leaders that term limits are a dispensable inconvenience. Russian and Chinese influence on the continent is growing in leaps and bounds, which does not bode well for democracy and constitutionalism in Africa. Both countries regularly block UN Security Council resolutions that condemn African countries for the treatment of their people. I'll give you one example. A veto of the UN Security Council resolution condemning the Sudanese Transitional Military Council for its violent dispersal of unarmed civilians, staging a sit-in at an army headquarters in Khartoum in 2019. It's a classic, one of the several instances where Russia and China have done this. China now regularly organizes training programs in African countries to promote their model of democracy. The question here is whether China's one-party developmental authoritarian model is the way to go. We have tried it before. We had the one-party system. It brought us neither democracy, nor unity, nor development. There is no reason to believe that it will work any better now simply because it's coming from China. In the final analysis, the increasing presence in Africa of China and Russia, two countries with no interest in promoting good governance and constitutionalism, along with the rise of global polarization and the waning interest of the West on the continent, will only accelerate the ominous resurgence of authoritarianism and aggravate the governance crisis that the continent is going through. Let me go to my second point, the impact of global democratic recession. Before the dramatic changes of the 1990s, Africa's experience with democracy and modern constitutionalism was very short-lived and not a very happy one. The post-1990 new era of democracy and constitutionalism caught many of our leaders off guard. Not only have some of the pre-1990 dictators still remained in power, but many post-1990 so-called democratically elected presidents have turned out to be as autocratic and repressive as their predecessors. The authoritarian resurgence has been partly fueled by a bleak picture of the global democracy, which has variously been referred to as democratic recession, democratic decay, deconsolidation, autocratization, and some even say the writing of democracy's obituary. Let me go to the third point, the continuing impact of the hangovers of colonialism. And here I make no apologies for calling a spade a spade. The continuous direct and indirect intervention of some former colonial powers in Africa, particularly France, has not helped promote democracy and good governance. Although the last 3 decades have seen less support than before by the French for coups d'etats and political assassinations, the enthusiasm for defending dictators in Francophone Africa is undiminished. As a result, the state of democracy in Francophone Africa, according to the most international survey indicators, such as Freedom House's Freedom in the World's report, Ibrahim Index on African Governance, and World Justice Project shows that what is the situation in Francophone Africa is well behind the situation in Anglophone Africa. Unsurprisingly, even the sole example of a third wave democratization success in Francophone Africa, Benin, is now backsliding. What is happening today in Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Cameroon speaks volumes about the ruinous policies of Francophone and its negative impact on democracy and constitutionalism on the continent. Let me now go to my fourth point here, the place of African constitutionalism in global constitutionalism. In the overall global constitutionalism dialogue, the terms of the conversation are dictated by the global north, while the global south, and Africa in particular, is regularly sidelined. The impression is given that African legal systems are but a poor replica of those in the global north, and that Africa's role is limited to applying these principles regardless of local circumstances. Perhaps the best example of this dismal failure to capture and theorize the African reality is the Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa. Time doesn't allow me to explain why. But I would say the problem in Africa is caused not merely by the inheritance of Euro-American-centric laws and traditions, but by the fact that these have been allowed to dictate holos-bolos the patterns of life and development on the continent, regardless of their suitability, relevance, and context. Little effort has been made to adopt and adjust these laws to address the continent's contemporary challenges, or better still, to engage in a genuine intra-African constitutional dialogue in which we learn from each other. It has remained in the interest of some foreign countries to retain overall control and dominance over its former colonies and promote a monolegal provincialism to ensure that the continued use of their inherited legal system benefits them. The situation has made dialogue between civil and common law countries in Africa difficult. I would like to suggest, and there's no time to elaborate on this, that in spite of the challenges that South Africa is facing due to state capture today, the situation would have been worse if it didn't have its present constitution. The Kenyans, and maybe soon the Zimbabweans too, will not regret copying it. Other African countries, particularly Francophone Africa, will do well to learn from it. Their continuous blind reliance on failed colonial stereotypes is an exercise in suicidal constitutionalism. Let me now go to what needs to be done. In my view, although Africa's fate lies in the hands of Africans, and in spite of all the contemporary rhetoric of African solutions for African problems, Africanization and decolonization, external actors will continue to play an important role in the future survival and sustainability of democracy and constitutionalism in Africa. The global dimension of political instability caused by the unconstitutional changes of government, such as the influx of refugees into Europe from across the Mediterranean, are timely reminders that external actors have an interest in looking for effective and sustainable solutions to Africa's governance predicament. I think three things need to be done by the international community. First, adopt a stance of zero tolerance of measures such as election rigging, manipulation of constitutions, and all forms of unconstitutional changes of government, which pose a threat to constitutionalism, good governance, and respect for the rule of law. Secondly, name and shame leaders who ruin their countries through incompetence, corruption, and repression. Thirdly, impose serious and targeted sanctions against all leaders and their enablers and accomplices who are complicit in these practices. And fourthly, financially support democracy-enhancing initiatives such as NGOs working on constitution building, human rights promotion and protection, and media training workshops. I come to my conclusion. The threats to democracy and constitutionalism that Africa faces today are different in nature and complexity to those it faced at independence and in the 1990s. While some of these are new, most are old challenges that have morphed over time. In the 1990s, the challenge was to overthrow established authoritarian regimes, reverse the culture of repressive dictatorship, and introduce multi-party elections. Today, the challenge is to reform regimes that have already accepted elections but do not respect political rights and liberties. In many respects, the challenges of today are harder to engage with than those of yesteryear, as they require subtler work. Moreover, the target is more difficult for reformers to identify because the enemies of democracy and constitutionalism have become more sophisticated in disguising their authoritarianism through regular fake elections. The main problem here is that the global promoters of democracy and constitutionalism find it convenient to accept these dangerous worlds dressed in democratic clothing. At the end of the day, we all have an interest in ensuring that democracy and constitutionalism works and works well and is sustainable in Africa. I thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigado. Nós é que agradecemos-lhes.
Ones who are grateful to you. The presenters, you have indicated the global forces beyond the slide in democracy on the continent. You've talked about China, Russia, and the consequences of their activities. We have talked about the resolutions that they have blocked at the level of the UN, which have further impeded democracy on the continent. Now, as for the next in line, it should be Ambassador Bankole, who was to speak on the contested electoral processes, resurgence of military coups, AU sanctions mechanisms. And this is a remote presentation. I trust that the IT team is ready to assist with this, and we would like to now give the floor to Ambassador Bankole Adeoye.
Est-ce que l'ambassadeur Bankole pourra intervenir en mode virtuel?
I'd like to verify that Ambassador Bankole is ready and able to intervene virtually. If he's already spoken, we've not heard him. We cannot hear him. Are you saying that he's made his presentation already?
Je crois que dans le rôle qui nous a été donné,
in the order of speakers that we had been given, we are to hear from him a second time. There's another theme he is to speak to. However, if he's not ready at this point, we can move on to the next speaker on the program.
Très bien. Nous allons passer au prochain intervenant.
So the next presenter who ought to be with us here in the room, this is Citizens and UCG. And so we would like to call upon Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi Nyasulu. I beg your pardon where I have not pronounced your name correctly. Please forgive me. You have the floor, Doctor.
The chair of this session, and yes, you got it correct. Tapiwa Uchizi Nyasulu Royemamu, and the head of Women and Gender Policy and Development within the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate of the African Union Commission. And it's indeed a pleasure for me to be standing before you, Excellencies, Honorables, to address you on a matter which is very important during this high-level dialogue. And I bring you once again greetings and good wishes from His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, our chairperson of the African Union Commission. Allow me, well, I'll be brief because I think most of the issues that have been addressed by the previous speakers have tackled on the drivers as well as consequences with regards to unconstitutional government change. And with this, of course, my intervention will be focusing in terms of what we're actually doing, not as a reactionary, but in order to avoid or alleviate some of the drivers that are causing this amongst our women and youth across the continent. As you may know, women and youth form the biggest part of Africa's population, and that is about 75% of it. Yet they face significant social, political, and economic barriers that constrain their ability to contribute meaningfully to their communities, countries, and continental development, which included consequences suffered after unconstitutional change of governments across the continent. I will tackle the issue with regards to women, peace, and security agenda that the African Union is advancing across the continent. And you may know, of course, my directorate is mandated to gender mainstream as well as push the youth agenda across the continent. We used to be called Women, Gender and Development, but within the current AU reforms, we've now gotten the youth agenda attached to the women gender agenda that we've been driving. So the first that I wanted to mention and highlight, and as I've mentioned, is what is it that we're trying to do? Of course, the Commissioner Ambassador Bankole was going to talk about that because that's the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department that he's a commissioner for the African Union has that mandate on elections, democracy, as well as peace and security. However, from our mandate, our directorate's mandate is mainly to the mainstreaming part of gender and youth agenda. So I will focus much more of what we're trying to do within that. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda, of course, the African Union stands on the profound conviction that the Women and Peace Security Framework through the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and subsequent resolutions remains a strong framework which guides our global efforts to build more peaceful and sustainable societies. At the African Union level, as you may all know that well, we do have the Office of the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, which is leading in the implementation of the development of the National Action Plans, NAPs, of the Women, Peace and Security. As we speak, Africa has now 30 countries representing about 54.5% of our African Union member states that have adopted these national action plans on women, peace, and security. However, despite the existence of advanced instruments, implementation continues to lag behind. This, of course, you're looking at the issue of 22% of the parliamentarians who are women, while only 23 of the African ministers are women. Another major challenge that continues to constrain our agenda on women, peace, and security implementation is the allocation of limited resources to gender machineries. Only 2 member states provided data on the proportion of their budget allocation to women, peace, and security in 2020. The persistence of these challenges calls for reinvigorated approach, coalescing our efforts to accelerate the delivery on our commitments. The African Union Commission is scaling up actions to promote women's participation in conflict prevention, mediation, and resolution. It is in this context that the Commission launched the Network of Women in Mediation and Preventive Diplomacy, FEMWAS Africa, to enhance the role of women in mediation. This, of course, was highlighted by my colleague from Bright from ECOSOC, and this is trying to bring to the fore the voices of the women and being on the table so that we can engage and find common solutions that will not perpetuate the violence that comes after this unconstitutional and during this unconstitutional change of government. In the same vein, the African Union Commission and the United Nations through the UN Women and Office of the African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security have joined efforts to support women's leadership in the transformation of Africa by building on the nexus between peace, security, and development with the establishment of African Women's Leaders Network, AULIN. Under the AULIN umbrella, the African Union Commission women leaders have carried out joint solidarity missions in a number of countries. Latest was in Mali, of course, Burkina Faso. We've had those that were done in Sudan as well. These, of course, is bringing the voices in conflict-affected countries or in transition and bring to the forefront their actions. The outcomes of these joint solidarity missions have clearly shown that violence against women and youth continue unabated, including the use of women and girls as suicide bombers, as seen in the Sahel and the Lake Chad basin. Furthermore, female peacekeepers have called for gender-sensitive strategies to create conducive conditions for enhanced participation in peace support operations and effective deployment in active services and not support roles. I will now turn to speak on the issues to do with women and youth, and more especially youth in particular, with that mandate. As you may know, our heads of state and governments have come up with quite a number of decisions in terms of promoting gender parity and youth quota across the continent, with the sole reason as we made gender parity an issue to do with representation and decision-making at that highest level. Well, of course, this translates into what we're expecting at a political level, in a political life sphere where gender, the women and the youth are expected to enjoy within that sphere. But it is, of course, a challenge a great deal, and that's why when it comes to unconstitutional change of governments, at times the youth as we've seen that, well, they turn into violent actions. But in the morning, we also heard that, well, there are those that take on power, and constitutionally, they are regarded as heroes. And of course, the youth come on board because they've got nothing to do. Most of them, they're unemployed, as we've seen in that market arena. Further, of course, a decision was taken by our heads of state and government, and in 2010, during the 33rd ordinary session of the African Union Assembly, declaring 2020 to 2030 as the African Women Decade on Financial and Economic Inclusion. There are aspects that we need to work on, and what we are working on in order to ensure that we alleviate poverty, reduce poverty through the actions that are ought to be done. And within that, that's where we've recently launched what we're calling the Women and Youth Financial and Economic Inclusion Initiative 2030, which was launched in Accra, Ghana on the 22nd of July by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, who is our gender champion of the African Union across the continent, alongside Her Excellency Dr. Monique Sasa-Bagwana, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Another aspect, of course, where we're trying to work on is the issue to do with an initiative that was launched by the African Union again in 2021, the 1 million next level, targeting the youth. But of course, now it has been elevated to 1 million next level, where it's focusing on promoting amongst the youth, where we're targeting about 300 million youth across Africa, and that's focusing on education, entrepreneurship, employment, engagement, health, and well-being. Well, the initiative I've already mentioned of the Women and Youth Financial and Economic Inclusion, where we're trying to unlock $100 billion in order to support the women, the youth across the continent, because of the systemic bottlenecks that we've realized that we're having. So each and every stakeholder is and has been invited to take part, and that's something that I already mentioned that has been launched. So these are some of the initiatives from the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, as well as the Women, Youth, Economic Empowerment Agenda that we're trying to promote, so that we are in a position that we sort some of the challenges and consequences that come along, and also that also drive into popular disgruntlement that my colleague Graham mentioned, that, well, those popular disgruntlement across or amongst the people, that's where those that do take power and constitutionally, rely on. So we are coming from the perspective of trying to work and economically and financially empowering the women and the youth, so that, as you know, and as I mentioned, that 75% of the African continent, the biggest population, is made up of women and the youth. So we're trying from that perspective that if we could alleviate, and as well as work on some of these drivers, that would definitely help us, and also bringing on board the discussion that would be. Lastly, let me conclude by making a few recommendations here. Firstly, by ensuring that member states need to allocate higher proportions of national budget to women, peace and security agenda, and integrate it in the national development plans to enhance accountability and scaling up delivery on their commitments. Secondly, building the synergies between women, peace and security, Resolution 1325, and the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, Resolution 2250, and the African Union Youth Charter being implemented in all earnest. Our actions need to be anchored on strong intergenerational partnerships for inclusive and sustainable peace. Hence, we're moving forward in that direction. As I conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to reiterate that our utmost commitment to strengthen collaboration with member states and scaling up our actions to accelerate the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, as well as the Youth Development Agenda, And we call upon member states to implement the Women and Youth Financial and Economic Initiative 2030 that I've mentioned, and also the 1 million next level initiative that's targeting the youth. And we thank Uganda, of course, for leading on that one currently. So with that, I say thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Doc. We have taken due note of the role of issues relating to peace and security across our continent and the important role that women and the youth are called to play because they represent about 75% of our population. And a greater number of youth embracing this program, I think, will grow greater security and peace across the continent. Now we have the youth ambassador of the Internet Society, so he's going to address us from the United Nations. Mr. Itan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maskati, good afternoon to you all. Honorable members, I am very much looking forward to the lunch we have ahead, so my thoughts will be brief. I think what I have to say is simple. We have a data governance issue. I enjoyed it when the Honorable President earlier asked, why is it that we have situations whereby people are celebrating a coup? And whatever your response was in that moment, whatever answer you thought of, I would like to submit to you, Honorable Member, that integral to your answer is data governance. One of the Honorable Members also commented and said, we have done ourselves a disservice by defining democracy purely based on elections, or our definition right now of democracy is what happened during the elections. And I want to agree with that, but I want to go a step further and say at its very core, democracy is just open conversations. So if we think about it, every waking moment we spend pursuing, or rather receiving information or communicating it. Sometimes that is even done simultaneously. And I'd like to submit to you that this tussle, this phenomenon between receiving and giving is increasingly becoming digital. So that's where the conversations are at, honorable members. Conversations are happening at a digital platform, on digital platforms. I'd like to submit that the answer to legitimizing political structures, or delegitimizing even, is right in your left hand. This is the answer, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the conversations are at. The youth, the citizens, are looking at you. They're looking at the presence you have on the internet platforms. If you are not the ones leading the conversations there, if you are not the ones engaging them on these matters, on these platforms, believe me when I tell you someone else is. So if our goal here is to find ways to legitimize and delegitimize certain movements, let us start there. Let us start by increasing and utilizing this tool we have called technology. Let us use it as a way to chart a way forward. Honorable members, internet shutdowns are not the answer. It's about increasing the presence, not being afraid to engage with the youth, not being afraid to engage with the citizens there. I'd like to submit to you one other thing. If this truly is our goal, we must focus on comprehensive policies that govern the internet. As I speak to you today, 19 out of 54 countries here in Africa have a computer emergency response team. 29 out of 54 have a legislative framework around cybersecurity. Only 12 have ratified the Malibu Convention. We are failing ourselves. So it's no surprise that South Africa faced 230 million cyber threat detections. That is a threat to our democracy. That is a threat to governance. It's no surprise that Kenya faced 72 million. Morocco 71. This is all in 2021. These are not accumulated figures. It's no surprise when we look at our GDP from last year, it was reduced by cybercrimes by 10%. That's the equivalent, estimated equivalent of 4 billion. That is either equal to or more than 15 of our member state countries' GDP in 2021. That's a threat to our democracy. That's a threat to our governance. Globally, last year there were 6 election-related internet shutdowns. I am afraid to say that 5 of those countries were African. So as I stand before you today, as I promised, my thoughts are short, I want to conclude by urging us to fully consider that in charting our way forward, let us make sure that our efforts are focused on ensuring a secure cyberspace here in Africa. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Mr. Etan, let me call upon Mrs. Wawe Kazimene, head of the Cluster Peace and Security Youth Forum of the Community of Southern Africa. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, honorable members. Good afternoon, Chair, all members of the Parliament, and distinguished guests. My name is Hawe Kazimene. I am a member of the youth in Southern Africa, proud Pan-African, and a development practitioner, a youth development practitioner who is committed to advancing the youth, peace, and security agenda in Africa. We've been convening this sitting, and a few thoughts were running through my mind as I listened to our leaders present reflecting on the unconstitutional changes of governance in Africa. And I thought to myself that it is rather unfortunate that we're still having similar conversations that are aligned, to our previous transitional period of the 60s and 70s in our post-colonial era. So I wanted to speak today about the way forward and how the youth identify a way forward. I think in the interest of time, it would only be fair to focus on the solutions that our work and our consultative processes have, collected throughout the times that we've been doing the work at the Southern African Youth Forum in the area of governance, peace, and security. And I want to also emphasize and call on our leaders to focus on solutions that are not only proactive, that are not only inclusive from a national budgetary perspective or any other domestic process involved, but to rather focus on solutions that value the human life. Young people are anxious about their futures. They're anxious about the Africa that they are inheriting. They are anxious about what their skills are contributing and how they are able to be absorbed in the various democratic mechanisms. They don't even understand what democracy means. They don't even understand what role they play. And so earlier on, when honorable members mentioned this proactive approach, mine was to just urge member states and their governments to look into the value of young people, to look into the value of human lives, and to look into channeling their value and articulating to them what it means to be a citizen, how their governance structures work, and to also proactively include them in processes that will enable them to play a substantial role in their development. This is a simple request on my part and perhaps a simple reflection, but I stand here as a young person who is going through the very same issues that we are reflecting on here today. I condone unconstitutional changes in governance. But looking at the various contexts that have been mentioned in this House today, I understand where they sometimes may brew from or how certain environments may enable them to erupt. And so as a young person who is active and has seen the strides that this continent has made with the Women, Peace and Security agenda and its domestication in some of the countries and the member states, trying to enable these frameworks to trickle down into practical solutions for women and youth. Similarly, with the Youth for Peace Africa program and the Youth Peace and Security agenda, which the African Union Peace and Security Council have been very intentional about articulating and practicalizing these frameworks so young people are able to understand this Africa that they're inheriting and are able to understand their agency and what role they play in the various multifaceted natures that they possess in order to create stability and security at national and community level. And I'm saying this as a feedback from young people who have mentioned these concerns and desires at a SADC level and a continental level. So with the interest of time, I just want to suggest a more intentional approach to empowering young people, not only through involving them and allowing them to play more political roles in their national governance, not only through improved budgetary measures to empower them to strengthen and fuel this proactive measure that all the members in the House present here today have mentioned and have clearly agreed that prevention is better than cure and that moving forward this continent needs to focus on that. But to really allow young people to understand the legislatures and frameworks that govern them at community level, at linguistic level, and at any level where they find themselves in order to promote true inclusivity. And so I think the future of addressing this issue of unconstitutional changes in governance is simple: to be intentional and practical as members and as leaders who care about where the future and where young people will be placed in this, the future of the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The head of SIOF. Now we're going to take the next speaker. We invite Mr. Baiduso Sukulge, Director Visa, to take the floor. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, honorable representatives of African people, all protocol observed. Thank you for the invitation to speak this afternoon, to talk about what the African people think about unconstitutional change of power. The Electoral Institute for Elections in Africa it works from Niger and interact with citizens, and what we are expressing now is the feelings of the African citizens. In the space of only a few months, whereas we felt that coup d'etats were something that had been relegated to history with the Alger Accord, we witnessed several coup d'etats. Firstly, after the crisis of legitimacy, especially in the case of Mali and Guinea, Conakry and Sudan, where after security crisis, notably the case of Burkina Faso, we've also witnessed another coup. What is the assessment that we can make? The general assessment is that at continental level, there is a degradation of citizens' trust in political systems in general, but also their relationship with political actors who they feel cannot honestly represent them. And due to this erosion of trust in political institutions, we see a drop in conventional participation, that is participation in elections, and a more protest form of participation. So there is Jacques Rancière, some researchers, and Gérard Dunver, who have produced research that confirms this. And Mathurin talks about the illusion of democracy. And this is this feeling that Africans have. In addition to the erosion of the relations between citizens and political systems, we also have an analysis which is of the dissonance at international community, which is this pluriverse that gives different results to the same situations. Let's just take a few examples. What happened in Chad, my country, it's a coup d'etat. As a matter of fact, the Constitution provides for a succession plan for the head of state. We did not follow this mechanism, but the international community, no doubt under the influence of the former colonial power, supported this process. The African Union did not sanction the government, which should have been done from the start. The Mali is another example for the soldiers. yes, they finalized a popular revolt, and they were faced with the kind of sanctions that we are now all aware of. Two different situations, two different outcomes. And we also have the inefficiency or the weaknesses of continental and regional instances. For many citizens today, our regional instances have no use as far as they are concerned. And we need to work to rebuild credibility in these institutions. On the causes of unconstitutional changes from the view of citizens, there are two groups on the national and international levels. On the international level, we have the weaknesses of continental legal frameworks. The African Charter on Democratic Elections and Governance and other texts exist, yes, but they are never enforced. Proof of this is that we needed the Malabo summit in last May to reactivate the subcommittees in charge of the fight against terrorism and unconstitutional change of power, which was first adopted in 2010. So since 2010, these committees had not met. And we don't know what has been done at continental level to make sure that these committees are efficient. We have regions that lack a regional framework, notably Central Africa, which has no document for the promotion of democracy. In West Africa, we have the additional protocol and good governance. We have texts in the SADC region, but in Central Africa, we are still waiting. So we have the politics of different solutions to different problems, which Alpha Condé once spoke about. When people started protesting against his desire to amend the constitution, he said just next door in Cote d'Ivoire, the constitution was amended and nobody said anything. Now I want to change my constitution and people are raising their voices against me. So even amongst African heads of state, they are taking notice of these different responses to different people. So someone raised this issue before me this morning. African mechanisms that do not work efficiently. So coup d'etats that have military actors in some countries, generally we have the signs, the early warning signs, but then the continental early warning mechanisms do not pick them up. We knew in Mali that there was going to be a coup, for example, with the drop in participation in elections, the debates around the changes to the constitution by the electoral courts, but nothing was done, and then we had a coup. In Chad, we said nothing, and then after 18 months, now they're extending the interim government to 24 months, and we don't know if this transitional government or transitional arrangement is going to be replaced after 24 months. We also have the principle of subsidiarity and the weaknesses with that. The African Union says that it respects the principle of subsidiarity and the local recs should take the lead. But then what happens when the recs do not take the right solutions? In Central Africa, we do not have the same type of instruments as in the ECOWAS region. And if we have to apply the principle of subsidiarity in Central Africa, it means that nothing is going to happen, because that principle means that the regional body acts first, and then the continental body comes in support of that. But then if that regional body does not exist, then what do we do? Finally, we also note that our presidents talk about the civil nature of governments to contest coup d'etats instead of talking about popular and democratic legitimacy. It is as if they just want to have civilian governments, be it democratic or not. It is regardless of whether they respect the will of the people, we just need to support them because they are civilians. This view has to change from the point of view of African citizens. At national levels, we have governance bodies that are fairly weak. We have the lack of legitimacy of African government, of some governments. When we see the number of elections in Africa, I heard the body that works with the African Union in all elections on the African continent. So when you have cases where participation in elections have dropped from 80 to about 20%, and there is an erosion of legitimacy, we need to ask questions. The opaqueness of electoral processes that are manipulated constantly. Because of these reasons that we have challenges with democracy and the amateurism of some military regimes that come to power and which leads to sanctions and so on. When we had the coup in Mali, the regime has contented itself with using the little resources that they have, but then it is the masses who suffer. Isn't it time to find solutions that spare the general citizenry of these difficulties? So what do we need to do to overcome these challenges from the point of view of the citizens? Dear colleagues, I am monitoring the time and the debates here. You cannot replace the members of the Bureau. I understood your concern, and let the speaker continue. At the level of measures that need to be adopted, we need to review the Alger Accord to bring it to the current times. The second one is to restore the integrity of electoral processes in order to consolidate democratic achievements. And here I need to underscore the efforts of Ambassador Bankole in terms of peace and security and political affairs. And since this commissioner is in place, he is doing a lot of work to ensure that the assessment of elections are more technical than political, and that contributes to improve our democratic achievements. We also need to guarantee monitoring and evaluationisms. The African Charter on elections monitoring indicates that the member states need to prepare a report on the implementation of this charter. Go to the Secretariat and you will see that very few countries, it may be one or two, produce these reports. And because these reports are not developed between elections, the African Union does not know whether the rule of law is being respected or not. It is an effort that has to be made. And the last point is the respect of the decisions of our legal processes, be it national or continental. At the continental level, you know what is happening at the Central African Republic. The Constitutional Court took a decision saying that the changes to the Constitution to give the possibility for the president to run for a third term was invalid, but then they kept trying to do it. And then now the head of the Constitutional Court has been replaced by the president. and not the rest of the continent has said nothing. In Benin, when the Court of Human Rights indicated that the principle of quotas should not be applied as it is being done, Benin threatened to withdraw from this court. The same thing happened in Cote d'Ivoire. We cannot have continental legal bodies that we adhere to and whose decisions cannot be respected, or when the decisions go against our will. So those are some of the changes that need to be made from the perspective of African people. And this we submit to you, obviously, for your consideration, and we are available for discussion. Thank you. We thank you for the director of ISA, who spoke also about unconstitutional changes, and who gave us the feelings of the African people, erosion of trust in electoral processes, different assessments of electoral processes by the international community, sometimes two reactions to the same phenomenon in different countries. Cases of Mali and Chad was indicated. And also sometimes we focus too much on civilian governments rather than on the process. So now we will listen to Professor Jacques Joly, who is going to talk about the pertinence of the role of Pan-African Parliament in leading the fight against unconstitutional changes of power on the African continent. Dear colleague, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm the last speaker, and I realize that the honorable parliamentarians have been listening to different speeches since morning, and so I'm going to go straight to the point in order to give you time to go out to lunch. Thank you to the President of the Parliament and the Bureau for giving me the possibility among the speakers, the experts, to talk on this challenge, that is the pertinence of participation of PAP in helping to build democracy in Africa and fight against unconstitutional changes of power. Honorable President, dear colleagues, the issue of the Pan-African Parliament's contribution to prevention and fighting against unconstitutional changes of power in Africa, you've been listening to it since morning, is really what underpins all the speeches, and really that is the central focus of this workshop, and what we need to do against these phenomena. So I'm going to approach this topic from two points of view, from two sections. The first one is summarizing what has been said this morning. That is the ecosystem, the legal ecosystem that exists in Africa to fight or to stop unconstitutional changes of power. You've heard since morning that this concept of unconstitutional changes of power should not be limited to military coups, which is just the first part of the issue, which covers 6 aspects: coup d'etat against government, intervention of mercenaries to overthrow a democratically elected government, intervention of rebels and dissidents to overthrow a democratically elected government, rejection of governments in place and winners of elections, any modification or changes to the constitution or documents that provide for changes of power. Now, the Malabo Protocol included a 6th one, any changes to electoral laws 6 months before elections without the approval of the majority of the stakeholders. So this is really a wide-ranging set of principles whose results really are mitigated regardless of the normative arsenal at our disposal. Like you've been hearing since morning, the issue of unconstitutional changes of power was part of the Constitutive Act of the African Union. We even have this also in the Algiers Declaration. And it is also included in the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union. During the creation of the Peace and Security Council in 2002, the unconstitutional changes of power were also mentioned. And they also mentioned the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. And I can quote more documents. Professor Mbata spoke recently about the Malabo Protocol, which raises to the level of international crimes, and unconstitutional changes. And there is an African court that has to fight against this phenomenon. And so from the legal jurisprudence and the African governance architecture mentioned that here, the African peer review mechanism, all these institutions really focus on these questions because the political and institutional architecture of the African Union really exists to promote democracy, because Africa really has been championing the issues of democracy, but unfortunately, these principles are ignored because the architecture that we've put in place really just documents that really are not implemented. When we look at the usefulness of the documents that have been put in place to fight against unconstitutional changes of power, the more coups we see, the more African citizens go against that. I'm sure you've just heard my colleague who just spoke before me. So there is a real problem, because at the heart of these unconstitutional changes of power, there is a whole range of questions that do not concern the legal aspect. They are more under the socio-anthropological domain, because soldiers and citizens have a very different understanding of certain issues. But then we don't want to discourage the brothers that we're proud of, like Ghana, like Nigeria, like Mauritius. So it's not all bad, but there are some countries that are making progress. But from a global point of view, the picture is not really a good one. Now, how can the Pan-African Parliament, which is supposed to be the voice of African citizens, where does it appear in this architecture? Dear colleagues, I must tell you that the African institutional architecture around the African Union is an architecture that has backslided and which is focusing too much on presidential institutions, and that is really the weakness, that the institutions of the African Union have not really placed a lot of importance to African citizens and their parliaments. Rather, they focus too much on who the presidents are. So if you look at the powers of this parliament that was created in 2004, we do not have any legislative powers. Since the Malabo Protocol, we are still a consultative body. And so our capacity to monitor doesn't exist. We are the ones who should monitor and assess the African Union's budget. But it is the African Union instead that gives us a paltry sum to run our affairs. But then we are really the last of the last. You can see that I am really the last to speak. Please be calm, my colleague from South Sudan. So you see, whereas we are the third most important organ, but the currents of heads of state are the most important body inside the union. And then there is the executive council, and then they have the commissioners and the PRC. So they are the ones who give us our budget. This is an undemocratic process. And I can go even further. The Pan-African Parliament has to do everything to impose itself. We are the ones to impose our agenda. The president of the Pan-African Parliament must go to the African Union and give a speech whenever they start their activities, and not the contrary. And because we are a parliament, the consequence is that these weak national parliamentarians send weak parliamentarians or parliamentarians who come and cannot make concrete contributions here, and that is what contributes to our weaknesses. So we need to go in two directions. The first one is internal. It is important for us, the African parliamentarians, to be the vectors of this new Africa that we want. This new Pan-Africanist Africa, or not an Africa that is backsliding. The more texts we develop, the more coups we see. That is not what we really need to see here. So we have to change the place that Parliament occupies. We need a substantial contribution at internal level, and that would help to shine at international level. It is important that we all adopt and ratify the Malabo Protocol. It is a shame that we develop all these treaties and then we do not ratify them. How can we get to a place where we have legislative powers, where we can do monitoring and evaluation, where we can be the real voice of Africa? We are still a parliament that has no legitimacy. And we need to have a strategy to overcome that problem. And it requires working with other AU organs. We need to speak on a number of issues, including the budget of the African Union. We can no longer accept that ambassadors are the ones who give us money. Obviously, the specific question of elections, it is not normal that we in monitoring missions, electoral observation, and which are led by African Union functionaries. That is no longer acceptable. There are peace and security missions, and we are talking about this war that they're imposing on us, pushing a rebel movement to attack a democratically elected government is an unconstitutional process. Because when the Kinshasa government, for example, is being attacked and nobody is saying anything, that is wrong. I thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I think that the presentation was very pertinent in terms of peace and security and the place that the Pan-African Parliament has to occupy it should be an important position, and the Pan-African Parliament has an important role to play because it is the voice of the African people. Because when we're talking about peace and security, it is because without peace and security, there is no well-being. And it is for this reason that the citizens have to get involved in everything that we need to do. I think that earlier my colleague was only right when you spoke about the time for each speaker. Respect also entails that when you are invited to address the House, we also listen to you, and that is really the principle that is guiding us here. So now we're going to move on to the question and answer session.
We are not here to be intimidated by bureau or whoever.
S'il vous plaît.
We are a member.
May I indicate to you that you need to request the floor before you speak. You need to be given the floor before you speak. You cannot just stand and start speaking as and when you wish. When you are called upon, you can speak. I'm the chair, and so you would need to wait to be given the floor. We will move on with our program. We will invite those who are on the list to take the floor. We will begin with colleague Benu Bolan from Benin. My colleague from Benin, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's with great interest that we have heard from the presenters today who have been highlighting how we are to preserve democracy and ensure that the people can enjoy democracy. But in order to arrive at democracy, we cannot begin with coup d'etats. That is not the way to go. That means that there's something wrong. If we are speaking of democracy, if a president in their second term reviews or amends the constitution so that they can be a candidate for the next round of elections, doesn't this give rise to coup d'etats taking place? And I think this is the case for my brothers and sisters in Chad. They took legal steps to make changes, and what the army did was they went and they took the child of the former president to make him the head of state. Is there not then a danger here that we end up with a coup taking place? I did read recently that there is a president who has had 4 mandates, and at the end of his mandate, he's now sick. The 4th mandate was so heavy that he was not in a good state to be elected once again. And I think what we've seen in Gabon, what we've seen in Togo, we've seen Cameroon, what's taking place, Central African Republic, very recently, I think even as early as last week, the president of the country chased away or fired the Constitutional Court. Point of order, Mr. President. I think the rules of procedure indicates that no member of parliament can make proposals or take the floor and malign another member state. I am challenging what he said about about Togo. Okay, I beg your pardon. I ask that you forgive me for what I've said. But, dear colleagues, I think what has been said is correct. We are members of parliament. We need to be, we should not be partial. Perhaps the member of parliament could speak in a different way maybe what you can do is withdraw what you've said. Yes, I've withdrawn and I apologize for what's been said. Yes, okay, I have withdrawn what I said. Okay, so I withdraw everything that I've said in that case. My dear colleague, you raised a point of order, which we moved, and we have requested that our colleague withdraw fully what he has said, and he has done so. Therefore, you may continue, dear colleague. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so then amongst ourselves here, we are criticizing heads of state who are giving themselves one mandate after another. But we ourselves here, we want to have numerous mandates. Is that not the reality that we are facing? That's my viewpoint. We are no different. So let me end by saying that I would like the Pan-African Parliament to move a motion, make a resolution that any unconstitutional changes of government are condemned in whatever form they take. Thank you very much, and I continue to withdraw all that I said at the outset. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite the next speaker. This is Sampa from Zambia. If he's not present, we will move to the next on the list. This is Honorable Weavel Joseph. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to this matter, which I believe is of the utmost importance.
Africa is not at the height we should be. Why we are not progressing at a faster pace? Why we are behind the West, the European countries, most European countries? Why we are not moving at the pace that we should is because of unconstitutional changes of government, especially coup d'etat. I will start by giving the example of my own country, which I believe our story is similar to other African countries. We got our independence from UK in 1976, and just a year after, we had a coup d'etat in 1977. The ripple effect is still being felt today, although our country has moved on. And after the coup d'etat of 1977, there were forced exiled in our countries. People were forced out of the country. There were imprisonment, victimization, people were murdered, there were disappearances, forced acquisition of land, and as a result of forced exile, there was a brain drain in our country. Many of our entrepreneurs, intellectuals, left the country, which stalled and delayed the development of our country. So today's Seychelles should be further, should be more developed, and we should be at a, I can say, at a higher level of development than we are today. Constitutional coup d'etat or unconstitutional changes in government, it divides the people. It breeds hostility. And in 1993, because of pressure from the West and the United Nations, our country, Seychelles, returned to multi-party democracy. But the ruling party remained in power for another 27 years, using all the state apparatus. They control everything from the legislative, the judiciary, the executive, and all other constitutional appointed bodies. They were in power for 43 years. It was only in 2020, 2 years ago, that the opposition finally won the election, both the presidential and the parliamentary election. And it was a peaceful transition. Why was it a peaceful transition without any chaos or mayhem? It was a peaceful transition because of certain provisions that we have put in our constitution. It was possible because the ruling party could no longer control all the constitutional appointed bodies. What we have done, we have separated power. The executive were independent from the legislative. The judiciary was also independent. We are on the same level, on par with each other. No one is more powerful than the other. It was a peaceful transition because the judiciary was now independent. The judiciary was autonomous. The state medias were autonomous. The constitutional appointment authorities, the media commission, the police, and other constitutional appointed bodies was and are now independent and not controlled by a political party. We need to strengthen all constitutional appointed bodies within our respective states, within our respective countries, strengthening the judiciary, the legislative, and all the other constitutional appointed bodies. And that in itself will help to prevent unconstitutional change of government, to prevent further coup d'etats in our respective countries. Instead of having political parties controlling everything, controlling all the different, like I said, the constitutional bodies in our countries, unless we change that, nothing will really work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague. We'll now give the floor to Honorable Minyani Zulu of Zambia.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, I thought my name has already been called, but just important that let me add on. Although my major points, I think one of the presenters from Nigeria gave it, hammered the nail, the head on the nail. We have a problem in Africa, and the biggest problem we have in Africa is that we are the problems ourselves. And we've let this so-called executive powers go to our heads because we so want to control the masses within our countries. The appetite of corruption to enrich ourselves, this is killing our continent, Africa. Many are the things we are doing as leaders, especially to us parliamentarians who come from ruling parties, the parties with power, with money. We were so scared to advise our presidents that whatever we do, it will have repercussions in future. Many civil wars we are seeing in this country, many coup d'etats we are seeing in this continent. It's because some of leaders, our leaders, are so selfish. And some of us here, we are even aspiring to be presidents from this parliament. Whatever we are discussing here, yes, we are discussing, but tomorrow we forget what we are discussing. My plea to us parliamentarians is that we need to advise the executive, especially those who belong to the ruling parties, that whatever we do should impress the nation and the continent we are. We can't have a continent of wars every day. This is the only continent on earth where people fight every day. Out of 10 wars in a century, you find that 8 are in Africa. Why? Are we cursed? No. We are blessed people. The only thing is the so-called, the colonial masters have brainwashed us. We've got all educated people. I'm impressed with the presenters. All of them are PhD holders, a good number of them. But what is the solution? Are we having any solution from people we've educated as a continent? What is it that, even to run our own organizations, the most rich continent in the world, we have to beg from the West? Let's start asking ourselves, the education we've acquired, what are we doing with it? Are we going to end up presenting? Are we going to end up blaming ourselves? This is the starting, poverty, it's a crime. Why we have coup d'etats, why we have wars, it's because of poverty. If we are rich and respected our constitutional rights and respected our setup of 3 arms of government, we cannot have coup d'etats. So, Mr. President, My plea to all of us as parliamentarians, as we go back home, in our own parliaments, let's inculcate the spirit of respect to one another, respect to humanity, and to our highly educated personnel in Africa. Please, it's time you started thinking beyond academic qualification and academic thinking. Let's be practical. Thank you.
Merci, très cher collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague. We'd now like to invite Honorable Swabu Toure to take the floor.
Honorable Chair, I will start by thanking all the presenters because they've all definitely done justice to the topics that are given to them. As the speaker just said, all of them have highlighted the issues very well and have come up with solutions. I think what we need to do now is to ensure that we put all the solutions as our recommendations and then push it forward and ensure that they are captured. Since we are giving a few minutes, Honorable Chair, I was thinking that to support what the Ghana member said, that the first thing that we need is appropriate constitutions. I think the challenge for Africa is how do we have the appropriate constitution that will not be in favor of any political entity, but it will be a constitution that will be acceptable to all the people, and it will be based on a system that will actually serve the purpose of a particular country, and our leaders must adhere to those constitutions. Mr. Chair, many times what happened is that governments would come, like the Ghana member had said, the honorable member has said, they would come up with promises to come up with good constitutions when we take over. Some of the time we even form coalitions so that we'll be able to dislodge dictators to come up with good ideas, to be able to institute democracy and so on. But after they are there, they think about how do I entrench myself, to cover myself so that I'll be seen to be democratic, but I make sure that I remain here as long as I want. And in doing that, what you come to do is that what you remove, the person you've removed, or the system you've removed, you are slightly, in fact, replacing that system. And it does not help in any way that we can create that. So, Honorable Chair, what I was thinking really is how do we segregate this?
S'il vous plaît, le temps est limité.
It's because we have limited time. We're constrained by time, so you need to speak for 3 minutes. If the microphone is turned off, it means you need to stop talking. The 3 minutes are up.
Continue exceptionnellement.
1 minute.
I give you the leniency to continue.
All the issues. For example, we categorize countries, for example, one, countries that have stable democratic transfer of power. Then we know all those countries, we categorize them. Two, we categorize other countries that are grappling with issues that are struggling to have new constitutions, but they have difficulty to do that. We categorize them also. And there are other countries also that have difficulty because of advocating different systems.
they are thinking of how to bring different democratic system. We identify those ones also. Then we also have military rule or potential crisis countries. Then we categorize them and then look at solutions for each of these categories, so that we'll be able to systematically follow that and be able to help those countries to be able to achieve the desired democracy state by state. Because this cannot, if we want to do everything together, all countries, and try to discuss all countries at the same time, I believe it will be very difficult for us. On that note, thank you, Honorable Chair, for the time.
Merci, c'est nous qui vous remercions.
Thank you very much. We are grateful to you. But Honorable Patrici Sabwe from Uganda, you have the floor.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
Seems he is not present, so we will give the floor to Mama Saleh of Chad. Thank you, President, and thank you to all the panelists. They have enlightened us on many different situations, and colleagues who have spoken before me have already raised numerous points. I've just come out of a meeting, so maybe some of the points that I want to make have already been covered, but I would like to say that several of the presenters today and some of the colleagues have said that we will not accept external interference. And for me, this is very important. Many have already spoken and at length on some themes, but I've not heard the external influence as one of the factors that lead to destabilization of our countries and contribute to unconstitutional changes of government. The representative of the European Union, the speaker, did speak earlier and talked about the arms of state. But for us, the words are very important. We need to ensure that we can reach our objectives. What is our target? I'd like to address the European Parliament as I speak now. We did not, when Mrs. Rodriguez spoke, she didn't talk about the influence or interference of the West, of Europe. I would like to say that I want to go a little further and say that Europe has played a role in some of these unconstitutional changes of government and now need to provide support to help these countries affected to come back to constitutional order. I've heard many speaking today and highlighting countries in Central and West Africa, including Chad, and I am surprised. I'm surprised. Changing a constitution, overthrowing a government, or changing powers is very different from the case of a president dying in power, where they would not then need to be a new leader to ensure continuity in a country. Can a country be left to its own devices when the president dies? If the head of the parliament refused to take over, if they did not take up the responsibility to become head of state, then what do we do? Because the country is at war with rebels, what were we supposed to do? It was at this time that the head of the Parliamentary Assembly didn't know who was the enemy, what exactly is going on. If they were to take over to be the leader, it would have been pandemonium because they wouldn't know which way to go. So I think it was there was need to find the right leader at the time, and this is why this situation evolved. We had to deal with the situation at hand. There's a survey underway, an investigation underway, trying to identify what the situation on the ground is, and I would implore the Pan-African Parliament to send a delegation to the field and not just take the words of others. I think everyone is concerned about what's happening in Chad, and currently at the UN, a Chadian delegation is being awaited to shed light on the situation on the country right now so that the right decisions can be taken. I'm coming back to the West, and in particular the European Union. I think Europe needs to be part of the cleanup process, if you will. They have caused a lot of damage in Africa. If we look at Gaddafi and Libya, for example, I don't think any country can change the constitution, can overthrow a regime without the support of the West. This is true. So now countries are in a bad state. They need now support and help to come back to constitutional order. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input. I will now call upon the Honorable from Algeria to take the floor. It seems they're not with us right now, so we'll give the floor to Honorable Suleiman of the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today also is a very important day in our history. With the caliber of presenters that we have, we are trying to diagnose a problem. Mr. Speaker, the various speakers made mention of independent electoral commissions, or some countries, they have different names. These commissions, we expect them to become impartial, to become fair players, but this is not the case all the time. They are also one of the factors that is responsible for violence in our countries and that make our leaders to stay in power for so long. Mr. President, we also talk about the political parties. The political parties are seen as the government in waiting. But political parties also don't nurture internal democracy. And whenever they come to power, they become worse than the existing government. So where are we? So we need to put sanity into the political parties to ensure that they have internal democracy so that whenever they come to power, whether they are oppositions or not, they can be able to live up to expectation. Mr. President, our judiciary systems in Africa is so porous. Whenever we have political issues, we expect our judges to give fair deliberations. But what do they do at the end of the day? They side with the government of the day. So they are not impartial, they don't live up to expectation, and that also creates violence in our countries. So with all these factors in place, police brutalities, what will the civilians do now? Whenever there is military coup d'etat, we welcome it because we see them as emancipators, economic revivers. But at the end of the day, when they also assume power, what do? They start behaving as the people that they remove from power. This is the problem in Africa. We welcome them sometimes, we celebrate, because we see them as redeemers. But at the end of the day, they become worse. So we have a new form which is called popular uprising. Because people say no to coup d'etat, we said, we want constitutional, peaceful transfer of power. Now the civilians, they don't have gun, but they will go on street when we have bad leaders, when we have leaders who want to stay forever. So what do? Mass mobilization will be done by the civil societies. People will go from village to village. We rise up. So in order to avert that, we must have a system in place. I'm happy that today we are getting some information that could be solutions to our problems. But once these problems are not addressed, Africa will still remain in chaos. And thank God that one of the speakers highlighted the influence of the West in our. We have a system. We all know the colonialism came, but still we have a new form of colonialism, where the colonial masters are still putting their mouth into our internal politics. And Africa must adopt, if you vote, you only have a voting right to vote in your country. Imagine in our politics, in our elections, we have a lot of interference from the neighboring countries. That must be stopped in Africa. You cannot vote in your country and go to someone's country and vote there. This is the problem. Gambia, we are in a serious problem, and it's high time we put it to your attention. Gambia, we need a new constitution. We had a constitution that has been in place by a regime that was worldly recognized as a dictatorial regime. And the laws that we have there, the laws are not helping us. And we cannot have a good governance when the laws are as bad as the colonial laws in place. So, Honorable President, Mr. President, I want to bring this thing to your attention. I believe Gambia also, there is a need to look at the constitution of the Gambia, how best we can come together to usher into a new constitution. I know a lot of efforts been made by one of my brothers sitting down here by Adebayo, but it came to nothing because it came at a time when the political competition was very high. But I believe after that, we can have a way out. I thank everybody for your kind attention.
Merci. Nous donnons la parole.
Thank you very much. We'll give the floor now to Honorable Honorine Zebito, who is absent, it seems. Professor Motole Mutega, you have the floor from South Africa.
Program Director, Honorable Presidents and Deputy Presidents, Africa requires a new concept of the rule of law, democracy, human and people's rights. African democracy is not working because we adopted the liberal Western concept of the rule of law and human rights without infusing African features of the concept of the rule of law and justice. Africa needs the rule of law with African characteristics, including African humanism, Ubuntu in Zulu, Ubuntu in Sotho, and Utu in Swahili. Africa also needs not just human rights, but also people's rights. The liberal Western countries put human rights or individual rights above people's rights. That's why African leaders use their offices to look after themselves and not after the people. The application of the liberal concept of the rule of law and human rights in Africa disregard the impact of the imperial divide and rule strategy, which created a multiplicity of tribes and ethnic groups. In African countries, the bigger tribes and ethnic groups, the powerful individuals in the bigger tribes and ethnic groups, often supported by former colonial powers and corporate interests, mobilize political support along tribal and ethnic lines. The multi-party democracy in Africa is abused by former colonial powers who choose and support ethnic nationalist leaders who will serve their interests rather than the people of the countries concerned as a whole. These ethnic nationalist governments tend to oppress the tribal and ethnic minorities, forcing them to form armed resistant groups. Colonial interference. Over many decades, Africa produced revolutionary leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Samora Machel, and others. The imperialist and former colonial powers organized rebels to overthrow them and replace them with puppet rulers who will minister to the imperialist and neo-colonial interests. We do not accept one-party states and military. Thank you. We do not accept one-party states and military rule. However, unbridled multi-party systems in Africa, where imperialist powers created many tribal and ethnic groups, multipartyism is used by foreign powers to resource and support leaders of bigger tribes or ethnic groups who are willing to be agents of imperialism and colonialism. I propose, Honorable President, that there should be strict criteria or for the recognition of political parties to curb the rise of tribally or ethnically and racially or religiously based political parties. For instance, such criteria should ensure that political parties are non-racial, non-sexist, non-religious. Lastly, Comrade President, the imperialist powers create and resource civil society organizations who wage propaganda wars against democratically elected governments which are not ministering to the needs of imperialist forces. In conclusion, I want to say, Honorable President, that when the concept of democracy and the rule of law was developed during the 1940s, none of the African countries and third world countries were independent. So the concept of democracy and human rights was created by the imperialist forces. But African people and the third world countries from the 1950s never accepted this democracy. That's why the AU doesn't talk of human rights, it talks of human and people's rights. But if you look at these countries, even in this parliament, we talk about human rights, not people's rights. And the Charter of African Human and People's Rights is not ratified by many countries. I suggest, therefore, that we should, in this parliament, support the establishment of the Pan-African People's Institute, PAPI, which will mobilize intellectuals, professionals, and the masses to participate in a dialogue that will help us to develop our own concept of democracy, human and people's rights, so that we free ourselves from this colonialist legacy which are dividing us.
Merci beaucoup. Nous donnons la parole à...
Much. The floor.
Are not our wars, they are colonial wars in new forms. So we are brilliant. Let's use our brains to craft a new future for Africa and not minister to the needs of foreigners who have been oppressing us for so many years. Thank you very much.
Nous donnons la parole à l'honorable.
Give the floor to Honorable Samakai from Zambia.
Il n'est pas dans la salle. La parole est donnée à...
In the room, so we hand over to Mr. Keren Jean-Baptiste from Mauritania.
De l'île Maurice, Monsieur le Président.
Gracious Chair. No, you're welcome. I had planned to speak after the first session. I had prepared a question for Professor Batamangu, since he's still in the were made for a deep assessment of the African Union's normative frameworks on unconstitutional changes of power. And all of that was done against the background of African countries that face profound structural challenges. And Chair, added to that, the Secretary General of the UNO said on 26 October 2021, following the military takeover of power in Sudan, that there was an epidemic of coup d'etats, and he underscored the absence of efficient, dissuasive measures in the security areas, and also countries lacking the necessary security instruments to take strong countermeasures. And so all of this really was an acknowledgement of failure by the Secretary General of the UNO and the African Union also of rise of coup d'etats in Africa. Thank you, very, dear colleague from Mauritius. So now we'll hand over to Fratelli Marcel from Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chair, please allow me to bring my own contribution to these discussions in terms of democracy, human rights, and good governance in Africa. As far as we are concerned, we feel that Africa, our continent, has to imperatively move towards a universal culture of good governance, democratic values, gender equality and respect for human rights, rule of law, and for the well-being of our various countries. The countries of the African Union should work towards the implementation of policies aimed at building not only strong and solid institutions, but also well-governed institutions that would ensure the African citizens a safe and secure context in which they can live in peace and harmony. We also feel that African countries should work to ensure that various treaties and policies are implemented to consolidate good governance and the rights of African citizens. And so it is very urgent that treaties like the African Charter on Human and People's Rights are really domesticated, and that the legal instruments regarding human rights of the African Union should underpin good governance initiatives in the various African countries. If we really want to leverage the peace dividend in our various African countries, we must implement efficient mechanisms in terms of elections monitoring in our various countries by the African Union. I thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to our colleague Pupure from Zimbabwe.
Il n'est pas dans la salle. La parole est
not in the room. We'll give the floor to Honorable Suleiman from Gambia.
Thank you. I've already
said. Doublon.
Be spoken. Thank you. So we'll give the floor to our colleague Musana Eric from Uganda.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
Thank you.
In the room.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Like other colleagues have said, I want to commend the presenters who have given us a very good lecture, and we have appreciated the core understanding of democracy. Your Excellency, I have two comments to make, especially on the first presenter who gave
a presentation on the major drivers of unconstitutional changes, and where he focused more on the failure of governments to provide the public goods. These are the major challenges that are causing many nationals of different countries to be dissatisfied with these governments. And Your Excellency, when you look at failure to deliver the economic aspirations of the nationals, the unequal distribution of services, and the other issue is about the natural resources, the proceeds of natural resources, how they are managed, and the people in government are only those ones who actually benefit from them, and the locals are dissatisfied, and this brings a lot of discomfort to many countries. Honourable members, I have a comment to contribute, especially when the professor was giving a comment about these imported directives coming on the African continent from the Western nations. You a specific point is the European Union. Of recent, it made a funny directive to the East African project that is ongoing, the East African oil pipeline project, and giving directions that should not start. Imagine those comments given to our countries, and they are giving us a thinking that we are no longer a colony. We're a country that we are supposed to take our own decisions. And we were happy even the president of Uganda, President Museveni, said such a lecture should never be given to any African country. And as a continent, we are able to make our own decisions and manage the processes of development and democracy. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous donnons...
I thank you. I give the floor to our colleague from Algeria. In the name of Allah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude and express my satisfaction about the comments. And I would like to, first of all, to express my thanks to our President for choosing the subjects. And this is the foundation of the work of the PAP. When the PAP becomes the rostrum and the tribune for discussion, and particularly on issues like social affairs and democracy, the diversity of the comments has given the image which should be portrayed about our institution. Democracy is an outcome of a long process of sacrifices, and it is about common values among the African peoples. There are a lot of people who have really made sacrifices for democracy in Africa. When talking about PAP, I'm talking here about an institution which is a basic and an important institution of the African Union. We must really work with these organs. And I'm talking here about the PAP. And PAP was only an idea, and it has become now a reality. The level of debate will contribute in disseminating awareness among African people. It is true, there is difficulty as far as the transition of power is concerned, but we must still avoid some forms of democracy that come from
outside. We must support some preventive systems. We must build up awareness in order to achieve responsible democracy. And when talking about African thought, there are a lot of intellectuals who do really who have developed democratic thought. And here, in order to be brief, I will come to the conclusion, the same conclusion as my brother from South Africa. We must disseminate awareness within our countries, and also through submitting recommendations to our heads of state and government. And we must pay tribute to the activists throughout Africa, and particularly pay tribute to Nelson Mandela. We encourage such initiative, and we must see to it that PAP responds to the aspiration of the people. We in Algeria have a lot of experiences, and after a series of legal changes, there has been an important development in Algeria as a model for democratic actions. We have a great number of youth in our parliament. I'm here standing before you, and I have a doctorate, and I have participated in several elections in Algeria, and we are very proud of building a democratic consciousness which will lead to political awareness. So I would suggest that this PAP devotes some space for dialogue with the organizations, with the NGOs, and I thank once again Mr. President for allowing us to have such a dialogue on such an important issue. Thank you very much. I thank you and give the floor to Dr. Kisigili from Botswana.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
Not in the chamber. I give the floor now to Honorable Maimuna from Gambia, the Gambia. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add my voice to the rest of my colleagues by thanking each and every member of their presentation. I think Africa, we have a great sons and daughters to serve this continent better. Each of the deliberations here, you can't have any other words by thanking them. They put their inputs, their minds, their thoughts, and I think they can deliver if we wish. But the problem of the Africa, like this unconstitutional government, which is the military takeover. We cannot sit in front of the continent and we want to justify the military takeover. Wrong is always wrong. Civil disobedience to change a government is wrong. I think we need to come with the fundamental rules and laws to govern our continent. Sometimes I do desperate by thinking that if the African Union should be involved in a continental constitutional draft body that will be embedded on African governments, for them to know that this constitution is the one that will be governed by the whole entire continent. It's a kind of showing a responsibility to them. They cannot be forcing people to do what they don't want to do. By overstaying in the power, yes, it can lead us some of these things, but I don't think those are the mechanisms we should put in place to say that, yes, they overstay or they were not doing the justice of the country. We have to put the military takeover. There is no military takeover that lives to the expectation of the masses. Wherever they try it, at the end of the day, they regret it. My country was one of the examples. Gambia was one of the example, in West Africa, we have the most brutal dictator, and we were yearning for the change of government in 90s. Unfortunately, when that happened, we end up regretting it. Unconstitutional is unconstitutional. Let's not advocate something which we can't control, we have no control over. When they get to the power, you cannot dictate them, you cannot direct them, they have their own mentality. A soldier is always a soldier. And civil disobedience doesn't take any country to a peaceful landing. So let's try to distract ourselves from that. And I think I will thank Mr. Mbata Mangu. He's one of the contributing factors to Gambia's last constitutional draft, which failed. I think if Gambian, how to call it, Africans put their input, if they want to put their input, they should be distract from biasness. It all gears to the biasness. You have some elements in the system which they just want to downplay their own way. They have some issues whereby they don't want to see the country at large, but they want to see some certain political parties to come to the power, and they amalgamize everything at end of a failure. We should have genuine people who are very willing to serve the country or the continent, not only they are serving the purpose of a political party to make sure that they gain the power. I think these are my submissions, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, très cher collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague, and give the floor to Honorable Dr. Matevera. Is from Zimbabwe. Is he in the chamber? He is not in the chamber. We give the floor to Honorable Manat from Mauritania. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and may his prayers be upon his prophet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My greetings to the ladies and to the honorable members. You know all the importance of security for development and the strengthening of relationship between countries. There is no doubt that our meeting here sees Johannesburg, that the land of Nelson Mandela has a special character. It is a city which has been characterized by wisdom. Speaking about security means that we should speak about one of most important issues, that is Palestine. Once the Zionist regime is violating all the laws, we Africans should reject any attempt by Israel to gain the status of observer in the AU, because this is a principle that contradicts the principles of the AU, and is based on reports by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. We require the implementation of resolutions 2024, knowing that there are 800 UN resolutions, and none of these resolutions have been implemented. And this is because Israel is ignoring the international court. We are calling for the liberation of Palestinian prisoners, and also to lift the blockade on Gaza and Nablus. Dear members, the historical responsibility dictates on us to support the Palestinian people until they can recover their security and their land. And we should stand with all the oppressed people in the world. Thank you. Thank you. The last speaker is Kwato Destin from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, as last speaker, to request you and request the President and all the Bureau. I must be that I'm very delighted this afternoon for taking the floor and to be here amongst my brothers and sisters, and particularly among the African elites, because we have been pondering on a very important subject for Africa about talking about unconstitutional change of government without speaking about poverty. We must say that this is the substance of the problem. And so I must tell you that poverty is multidimensional, and all the manipulations which lead to rebellions or terrorism are due to poverty, because when you take African countries which are struck by or affected by terrorism, because terrorists recruit in some poor regions. So this is an area which the African Union should ponder on. We must reflect on the industrialization of Africa and youth employment. We must create jobs for youth, and this will enable us to avoid disasters on our continent. Now, as concerns rigor, or that is the weight of the African Union. Somebody has mentioned that. We as parliamentarians, if with the new leadership, we must provide a new impulse. If we carry on working on this in this manner, we will really be able to impose ourselves on the African Union, and our voice will be heard. It is important now because when talking about democracy, we have the feeling that Africans do not know what democracy is. We know what democracy is. We have a culture, and the problems that we are faced with are sociological and anthropological. All these factors must be taken on board in the construction of our democracy, and very often we do not take into consideration these important factors which have an influence on the positions of our African leaders, and even in our political parties. The democracy, as we wish it to be, is absent. And and it's not easy to achieve it at the level of countries. There are efforts that are being made, so I would like to congratulate the Bureau for selecting these experts to talk to us about this important theme. And we as parliamentarians are very proud and prepared to contribute to this kind of debate. And to conclude, I would like to call on the African Union and request the Bureau here, through its leadership, to see to it that the problems that are taking place now between Mali and Cote d'Ivoire, through the 46 soldiers who have been taken hostage, could be considered as an important problem and taken seriously, because this could be also a serious origin which could threaten democracy. And so the African Union should take the leadership in order for this problem to be sorted out. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the last speaker. I think we have heard, first of all, we heard the presentations, which were extremely rich.
Here, I place my my request. Oui. Speech, and you are not.
Oui, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor. You have the floor, sir.
For the chance. I'm Doma Igatfan. I come from South Sudan. I'm just giving a proposal that out of this five region, you just send one from any region, and form an electoral commission for the whole union. You send it to that particular country who is doing the election. I'm informing this House that Nigeria is in a disaster, a natural disaster. 900 lives lost in Nigeria. 1.4 million displaced. And this house is silent about. In South Sudan, 61 died of flood. I'm talking of flood. 61 died, over 300,000 displaced. What is this house doing? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I think that all the presentations have been done. And the question which you've raised is a very important question for the representatives of populations that we are. You have spoken about the 5 regions. You've spoken about the observers, the number of observers that we could send for electoral missions, and you're absolutely right. The President of the Pan-African Parliament has very clearly put on the table the will of those who are responsible for peace and security, where observation of elections is in fact a part of. And I think that we are definitely stakeholders, and because of budgetary reasons, the Parliament was asked, in fact, for 5 members of Parliament to be sent to the observation of elections. And the distribution has been done. We've got 5 regions, and we need 1 person per region. The other questions which you've raised are questions that are very important, which our Parliament will, in fact, have to deal with. And I think you are a member. You are a member of this Parliament, and this member is the sum total of all the representatives of the 55 states of our country. So if you are, in fact, addressing the chamber at the right time, and I think you'd really have done well to raise this question. However, we're going to ask to all the different presenters who have listened to the reactions of our members, and it's going to be a very simple exercise. We're going to start because when the members of Parliament spoke, they asked questions and they also made statements. And you've been able to note what the reactions have been. So we're going to start here in the middle. We're going to start with the youth because we've always said youth and women together. We will reach the 5th pillar of the 5th SDG. And when we talk about women, and we think women need to be associated totally, that is true, and is development that we have in mind. And that's what Kofi Annan said. So we're going to start here in the middle. Then we spoke, and then we go to my left, and then we go to my right. So you have the floor when and how you want, ladies and gentlemen.
Vous pouvez répondre.
You can answer. You can answer, in fact, seated where you are. You don't have to move.
Thank you very much. I think we've listened and heard from our honorable members. And most importantly is that we would still want to.
Je ne vous arrête pas, c'est pour essayer de.
Not stopping you, it's just to indicate how much time you have. You've got 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, okay, per intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And of course, I will do it in a minute because mainly it's just to re-emphasize and calling upon our parliamentarians, because within your jurisdiction, you are able to influence the change. And from the women and the youth perspective is that the initiatives as well as the women, peace and security agenda that is being championed across the continent by the African Union, ought to be entrenched, and we're relying upon you with your decisions and powers that need and ought to be done. So we're very thankful. I think mainly was focusing on the unconstitutional change of government and also the elections happening. But I think there is that angle of gender and youth mainstreaming that ought to be entrenched within our union, and that's through the Pan-African Parliament. So we thank you, and thanks a lot for everything.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, honorable members. In conclusion, I think on behalf of the youth of Africa, we would like to thank you for the platform to be able to make contributions, share our insights and our desires, as well as give feedback on what we think and how we think our governments are doing, and to give us the platform to not only make our recommendations, but to give them in a space where we can say there is a desire to richen this intergenerational approach in order to allow the youth to be active in their continent's development and to play a sustainable and a substantial role in achieving strong, solid post-colonial governance and peace and security that really is strong and cannot be broken moving forward. So thank you on behalf of the youth of the Southern African region and the continent as a whole. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to react to what the honourable member of the parliament from Mauritius said, who spoke about the Ghana Forum and also the declarations of the United Nations Secretary General, who spoke about the coup d'etat in Africa and was asking whether that wasn't a recognition of failure. I do agree with him. When speaking about the Ghana Forum, we are here. We can see that there is failure, because when you actually see the declaration of Lomé, which was made in 2000, and the heads of state, the heads of African states, were profoundly concerned about it. That was in 2000. Now, Malabo, 22 years later, or 20 years later, they're still profoundly concerned, which means that somewhere we have failed, and I think we should do more. The United Nations themselves are a failure, but the United Nations, do they really have as a mission to contribute to the democratization of Africa? I don't think that's their main mission. And even in the case of international cooperation with countries, Western countries, that too is proof of failure. And the question is the same. Even those Western countries don't seem to be profoundly interested in democracy in Africa, because democracy in Africa could constitute a risk for their own development. And finally, I would like to highlight that whatever the importance is of an external contribution of, for example, the United Nations or the AU or Western countries, it is up to the African people themselves. It is the African people themselves who are going to play the most important role in the fight for their own democratization. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. My reaction is to respond to some questions in general. Or rather to ask questions. I would like to ask another question. Is it that our African organs, do they really fight against anti-constitutional changes? Because I ask myself, when there is a coup d'etat somewhere, we condemn the coup d'etat, but those state organs themselves are seated at the same table with those who led the coup d'etat and negotiating with them. So how can we condemn somebody for being responsible for a coup d'etat and then be seated at the same table negotiating the end of the transition? So I think there is better that could be done. I think something should be changed where diplomacy is concerned to be able to solve this question. And also, our African institutions also, and some have raised it. Political parties, for example, who are the principal purveyors of the elite and the top towards our republics. Are they really democratic? Because if there is no democracy at the heart of our political parties, it is those practices, in fact, which are transposed then once they come into power. So I think we should initiate, in fact, strengthening and support to political parties so that they are able to manage democratic values. And also to end, I think we need to also make our political parties far younger. When we look at our political parties, in fact, we know that the majority of young people in Africa are connected. And I think through technology, through these new mechanisms, through the internet, I think youth should be reconnected to politics and to that political space to be able to, in fact, make it a lot, to rejuvenate, in fact, the space. Thank you very much to all our colleagues for all your concerns. We continue to believe that the transformation of the Pan-African Parliament as an organ with full legislative power would allow our parliament to be able to give sustainable and efficient solutions to African problems. I think that would be a democratic advance, a very important one. To that effect, I think we should do everything to be able to help our states to ratify the Malabo Protocol so that we are able to come to the election of all the members of the parliament. Then we will then become speakers and representatives of our people. And I think that right now, in terms of the rule of law, when we read founding texts and even the former founding texts, it is possible to put, in fact, our parliament forward and ensuring what the presidents of our chamber have always said, that we should be really the matrix of African democracy on this continent. That is what we should be. It's the strategic reorientation of this parliament so that this parliament can be repositioned, can be reinvigorated, can reappropriate itself. That is a challenge which we face, so that it is not simply a folkloric, emasculated parliament in the African architecture.
Mr. President, honorable members, let me not be tempted to give a long speech, closing speech, but to say that as international idea, we are very proud to be part of this conversation, and we look forward to other engagements in future in an effort also to continue to strengthen the partnership with the Pan-African Parliament and other organizations that are spearheading these dialogues and similar conversations. So thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just echo the sentiments that are going around. We appreciate the invite, and on a personal note, I quite enjoyed bringing a tech perspective to our discussions here. So many talks about what democracy is and what an unconstitutional government change looks like. And the truth and reality is that a lot of these things that are happening also at a digital plane, whether it be foreign entities or not. So our focus and drive towards ensuring a secure digital plane for Africa will alleviate and help us in making sure that we mitigate and we avoid some of these unconstitutional changes that are happening in some of our states. Thank you again for the invite. I appreciate it.
Merci.
Thank you. We think that concerning this panel, we are coming to an end, and we have listened to some comments, and in 2 words, the representatives of the people that we are concerned by everything that has been said, because the questions of peace and security will tell us that without peace and security, it will have a direct impact on our populations, and we cannot, in fact, live without peace and security, and it will not allow Africa to really fulfill its development, which has been so desired. So I think that in terms of prevention, for example, of conflicts, the people will always count on you. The will, which has been the one of the founding fathers of the African Union, because through the creation of this council, which it is a decisional council, we think that is a decisional council, in fact, should play its role fully. And the prevention and the management of conflicts is very much part of it. And they are essential parts which need to break considerably the anti-constitutional changes and the lack of respect for democracy. The involvement of the Pan-African Parliament is a very good thing, and we will never say it enough. The Parliament was created to allow the full participation of the populations in the development of our continent. The populations themselves need to be fully involved. So each population is involved, but the Pan-African Parliament, which is the grouping, which is the entirety of all the millions of African residents, needs to play its full role. And that is why what we have done today, and here in the House of Africa, the House of the African people, it's a very beautiful exercise. And I think that everything that has been said should not just be empty words, and that each at his own level should try to play his or her full role. I think that we have said quite a few things. I think we're going to try to formalize everything that we have said, which is why, yes, often we hear recommendations, and that's before adoption, of course. These recommendations need to be presented, and we're going to invite the Honorable Félix Okot to present these recommendations.
Yeah, I'm going to present our recommendations based on the presentations and discussions that we have had in this dialogue. But first of all, I'd like to read the heading, which is 2022 High-Level Parliamentary Dialogue on Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance.
Your name was misspelled. Yeah, you tell us the right name.
Yeah, I'm Felix Okot Ogong from Uganda, and a member of the Pan-African Parliament. 2022 High-Level Parliamentary Dialogue on Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance in Africa, under the theme of the unconstitutional changes in government and political transitions in Africa. We have these draft recommendations. The High-Level Parliamentary Dialogue was convened by the Pan-African Parliament at the precinct of PAP in Midrand, South Africa, on 2nd November 2022. The High-Level Parliamentary Dialogue held meaningful discussions towards the attainment of aspirations 3 and 4 of the Agenda 2063, which expresses the African people's desire for, I quote, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, and a peaceful and secure Africa. The dialogue identified specific measures towards addressing unconstitutional changes of government, enhancements of peaceful political transitions, observance of constitutionalism, and promotion of democracy on the African continent, and recommends to the African Union member states, regional economic communities, and non-state actors the following. Noting the progress made by the African countries in the consolidation of democracy and building of democratic institutions, concerned about the apparent emerging signs of regression in democratic consolidation in Africa, as signified by the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of governments, acknowledging the efforts made by the heads of states of the African Union in addressing the unconstitutional changes of government through the adoption of normative instruments, the Lome Declaration and the Extraordinary Summit on Terrorism and Unconstitutional Changes of Government. Further acknowledging the efforts of the structures of the African Union Commission in conflict management and observance of good governance and rule of law, cognizant of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament to make recommendations aimed at contributing to the attainment of the objectives of the African Union and draw attention to challenges facing the integration process in Africa as well as the strategies for dealing with them. The Pan-African Parliament resolves as follows. 1, condemn external forces perpetrating conflict in Africa in countries such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, and the Sahel region. 2, ensure the establishment of coordinated early monitoring and intervention mechanism to identify countries likely to experience coups and intervene in order to prevent the coups beyond sharing information with member states and the expectations that regional economic communities should take lead. Call on the African Union to consistently apply serious and targeted sanctions to perpetrators of coups as a deterrent to political perpetrators of unconstitutional changes of all kinds of government. 3, call on African Union heads of states to reaffirm their commitment at the continental level through the ratification of instruments and swift actions in dealing with unconstitutional changes of government. 5, call on African member states to ratify African Union normative instruments, particularly the Malabo Protocol. 6, call on the African Union to strengthen the electoral observer missions, which should adopt a holistic approach in election monitoring to incorporate the pre-elections, elections, and post-election developments and follow up the implementation of recommendations to cover the gaps identified during the mission. 7, call on the African Union to focus on technical assistance to election management organizations with the view of building capacity and enhancing their ability to to deliver free and fair elections without bias. 8, call on the African Union to collaborate with civil society organizations to provide an alternative avenue for citizens to voice out their concerns and hold their governments accountable to complement state structures aimed at targeting mechanisms for self-correction in political systems. And 9, mobilize the Pan-African Parliament to advocating for ratification of African normative instruments against unconstitutional changes of government, as well as the promotion of democracy and rule of law. These are the recommendations that has been so far covered.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you very much, dear colleague. We have listened attentively to the recommendations, and we would like the plenary to adopt this draft recommendation report. Mr. Chairman, in my intervention, I have spoken about the situation today between Mali and Cote d'Ivoire through the 46 soldiers who have been taken hostage. And I have observed that in the recommendations, all the countries, like the Republic of Mozambique, Congo, which are today attacked by others, have been notified in the recommendations. So I would wish that the recommendation according to which the AU should examine this problem be reflected in these recommendations. Thank you very much. I think that the Secretariat was listening, and they will incorporate this recommendation.
Honorable Chair, I think that
Mr. President,
Attends.
Yes.
Asseyez-vous, très cher collègue. Prenez place, s'il vous plaît.
Could you be seated, dear colleague? We will start with the first speaker who has asked for the floor.
I think.
S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez vous connaître.
You know the rules of the House.
When thanking my able honorable from Uganda, I think we need to add something for use. Contribution into those process. I thank you.
Vous avez la parole, très cher collègue.
You have the floor, colleague.
With the recommendation from the committee and the recommendations that we made during the debate will be pushed together or added, because the issue of Gambia is very crucial. As we said, we're trying to avert problems in countries, and we have a constitutional problem in our country. So I believe PAP need to put that one into consideration.
Très bien. Oui, vous avez la.
Yes, you have the floor.
One speaker talking about anthropological, sociological factors that are not taken into account when we developed our concepts of democracy, human rights, and so on. And I also said that from the 50s, Asian and African people developed a concept of democracy, rule of law, human and people's rights. And that's why the AU has instruments on human and people's rights. So I called on the AU to ensure that African intellectuals and professionals, together with the ordinary people of South Africa, revisit the concepts that we inherited from the West, which don't resonate with the African spirit or concepts of justice. And lastly, I also proposed that we support the establishment of a Pan-African People's Institute because I want to congratulate the President, Charumbira, for having recognized the importance of experts in our work. But now we just identify experts there and there. But if we can have such an institute so that all the experts on the continent have a forum where they can serve as a think tank for the AU and ourselves, I think that we will be empowered because as politicians, we are activists. We don't have time to do research, but professionals have that time. So I propose that in the recommendations, we add that we should develop an alternative concept of democracy, human and people's rights for Africa, not just to implement the liberal concepts that were imported. Thank you.
Je vais prendre.
I will take the two last speakers. We will start with our colleague from Côte d'Ivoire. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have listened carefully to the resolutions, to the recommendations, but I'm not satisfied because by listening to the recommendations, I have the feeling that we have only reduced the issue to the elections and the recommendations on the elections, while the debate was very rich with recommendations to member states on the fight against poverty, the separation of powers. But here I have the feeling that we summed up everything in the elections, so I would like this to be enriched by the debates. Thank you.
Chairman, I think one recommendation that I make is that we have so many challenges, so many difficulties that have been expressed here. And different countries are experiencing different challenges. So I was thinking if we can categorize these challenges and then identify the countries encountering these problems so that we'll be able to strategize to help those and support those countries to overcome the challenges in attaining democracy. That is one suggestion that I was making. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think there are two recommendations that we need to add. One is to urge the African Union to set out an Pan-African standby force to handle the unconstitutional change of government. The second one, to make it risky for the coup plotters, that we need an African criminal court. We only have the international one, but Africa must have its own criminal court. We urge the African Union to set up African criminal court to try those coup perpetrators and plotters. And we expand the functions of the African Court of Justice.
Très bien. Je crois que.
Very good. I think that you can remain reassured that everything that you have proposed will be incorporated into these recommendations. I think that everything has an end. We are going to invite the very honorable Chief President Charumbira, President of the PAP, to pronounce, to make his closing remarks. You have the floor, Mr. President.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was just wondering whether you are going to clap for me before I speak, but I think it's because you are tired and hungry. But thank you, you've motivated me by clapping. I'm now more motivated. I will not take much of your time. Just to say this has been very good. Very, very good. But when you walk out, don't then forget about this. Go and sleep and start thinking when you sleep. It's much better if you wake up in the middle of the night and say, yeah, what do we do about Africa? Let's continue the conversation. I am not convinced that we've finished. I think we've simply brought out the issues. And even listening to the recommendations, as Honorable Mariam of Dao from Cote d'Ivoire said, I think we still need to even sharpen our own recommendations. They need to be sharpened, reviewed and sharpened further. They could go a bit deeper and more focused. Because when you recommend 26 things, you lose focus again. You have to see what exactly do we need to do. And I think the challenge is that we come back to PAP. One of the recommendations should have been, this should be a continuous engagement. This issue of meeting in a workshop one day and then you think you have discovered the world and now you know everything, it's not true. We then need to say, let's have a sustained follow-up, more like every session, we should come back and ask ourselves, after what we did in those recommendations, so what then happened? Otherwise, we also just talk and go. I'm not going to comment, but just to say, I listened for the first time how Russia and China influence is not good for African democracy. We need to interrogate that. It's a statement in my view. For example, is that true? That France is only perpetuating dictatorship on the continent. Yes, good research. Issues. Trust, erosion of trust in political institutions. Very true. What do we do? What do we do as PAP? The illusion of democracy, I think, summarized very well by the professor from South Africa, Honorable Matola, who spoke. I think we need now to go deeper. This issue of the illusion of democracy. He's not the one who mentioned it, but he brought a solution. People are no longer participating in elections. Look at the numbers. The interest in elections on the continent is going down. These are issues that PAP should now follow. And have a debate, separate debate. There are so many issues and you can't say we've discovered any solution. But we have scratched on possible areas to interrogate further. Is it true? We need a presentation in the future which says, give us statistics on the continent of participation in elections by country. And on that theme, we then spend another day just to, why are people losing interest? If we go that deep, we then start finding some solutions. And then we move on. I come from Zimbabwe, so I can't avoid commenting on this one. There was no coup in Zimbabwe in 2017. There was no coup. I understand there's a president who mentioned that. I think they don't know what happened. I was very involved. And I'm not a soldier. I was very involved in that transition. Every step I was involved. The late President Mugabe resigned. That's a fact. Resigned because on the afternoon, on a Tuesday, we were going to impeach him. And as we gathered as MPs and we started the impeachment process, he sent his Minister of Justice with a letter to the Speaker whilst we were in the impeachment process. And that letter was then read that he has resigned. He knew we were going to impeach him and the impeachment would cause him to lose office. what happened before that about the military is immaterial because he remained in office and even addressed the nation that I will continue to rule. It is the impeachment which scared him and then he left. So the issue of appropriate constitutions, that if we have appropriate constitutions, then we will have democracy, we will have no coups. It's not true. You know, in all countries where there are coups, they are very sound constitutions prepared by experts. But still you have a coup. So just having constitutions is not the answer. And these are the debates that PAP should continue with. Why is it that despite having a good constitution, people still overthrow the government? That is what we should do. And if Africa requires a new concept of democracy, rule of law, human rights and people's rights, these are issues that we should now sit down as PAP. And the more and more we go, but I agree. Forum, whatever South Africa, Major, Matola, of course I can, Macheka. I agree. We need to implement your proposals. We need to sustain the forum of experts and the Pan-African Parliament. Experts, so that we engage twice every year. It may help. The recommendations, I don't know who prepared them, but I only saw the person who read them. But I'm convinced the person who read did not prepare the recommendations. I think the overall view is that they need to be further reviewed and strengthened. And but I want to thank the experts. You generated such interest up to now, almost 4 o'clock, because of your preparation. I want to thank you very much. And I then say, I think on this note, let's say we've done enough work for today. Let's meet again more and more and see how we can help Africa. I thank you.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents, distinguished experts, yes, we have come to the end of the various presentations, followed by discussions and sanctioned by recommendations which you have just adopted. I think that it is a real reason for satisfaction as underlined by His Excellency the President. I would like also to thank you. Having said that, I think that it only remains for us to wish you bon appetit and apologize for this long time which the presentations have taken. And those leaving, I wish them a very nice flight back to their homes, and I would like to make an announcement and say that one participant has forgot his purse, and the person who has lost it is kindly requested to come and collect it here. It is here with me. Thank you. We cannot be more royalist than the king. The Excellency President has closed the meeting, and we cannot continue with the plenary session. So the meeting will be resumed tomorrow in conformity with the program that you have. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay.